Дамы и господа, наш вечер бокса начнется буквально через считанные минуты. А сейчас прошу приветствуйте номер открытия нашего шоу. Для вас выступал молодежный эстрадный хор «Фейс-контроль» под руководством Ксении Суховой. Дамы и господа, Самара, добрый вечер! Из Ледового дворца имени Владимира Высоцкого в Самаре в прямом эфире грандиозное боксерское шоу «Олимбет. Ночь чемпионов IBA». Сегодня нас ожидают 6 зубодробительных поединков, в том числе 2 главных события вечера. Бой за титул чемпиона Европы IBA Vakhid Abbasov против Майкла Кинга, а также битва за звание чемпиона мира IBA Khariton Agrba против Габриэля Росы. Дамы и господа, турнир представляют Международная боксерская ассоциация IBA, ее президент Умар Назарович Кремлев. Генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутерская компания Iron and Gloves Promotions при поддержке губернатора Самарской области, Федерации бокса России и при масштабном участии правительства Самарской области, а также государственного автономного учреждения «Самара-Арена». Мы благодарим за помощь в организации турнира губернатора Самарской области, Самарскую областную федерацию бокса, а также председателя наблюдательного совета Александра Борисовича Фетисова и председателя правления Сергея Александровича Карева за развитие бокса в регионе. Итак, дамы и господа, прежде чем первая пара боксеров поднимется в этот ринг, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России Дмитрий Антонов. Судьи и рефери Валерий Пастухов, Молдова. Мария Петкович, Сербия. Лука Вадилонга, Италия. И Сергей Журкин, Россия. Хронометрист Роман Жуков, Самара, Россия. Врач турнира Виктория Гамеева, Россия. Итак, дамы и господа, если вы готовы, то мы готовы. Представляю вашему вниманию первый бой вечера. 4-раундовый поединок в первом среднем весе и в черный угол ринга. Добро пожаловать, боксер, представляющий Узбекистан. Приветствуйте, Мукhammadjon RAUFOV! Дамы и господа, сейчас приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга боксер, представляющий Курск, Россия, по прозвищу Рокки Гор Туманян. Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 4 раунда бокса в первом среднем весе. Рефери поединка Валерий Пастухов, Молдова. Первым представляю боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 22 года, его рост 179 сантиметров, а вес 68,2 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 3 боя. В них одержана 1 победа нокаутом из Самарканда, Узбекистан. Мукhammadjon RAUFOV. Его соперник был напротив, в золотом углу ринга, 26 лет. Его рост 169 сантиметров, а вес 69 килограммов ровно. Провел 2 поединка, во всех одержаны победы, в том числе 1 нокаутом из Курска, Россия, Гор Туманян.
Gentlemen, head up, no holding, no low blow. Listen to me comments. Shake hand. Good luck.
Вставай. Передним не застревай.
Black. Black, head up.
Ногами води. Ногами води. Я говорю, не вставай перед ним. Видно оттяжку задняя. Не спать. Вблизи не спать, не вставать. Ногами води. Встаешь, упираешься, вперед. Двигайся. Давай упираться. Руку левую. Да.
Go. Head up. Box.
Руки уже. Ударил, выходи, не надо вязаться. Ударил, выходи, не надо перейти. Нож, готовь ногами.
Head up. Box. Gentlemen.
давай. Сам попал. Попал? Нет. Собрано. Контроль. Собрано. Не вываливайся. Не вываливайся, говорю. Руки выше. Спокойно. Дергай. Да. Контрольчик. Он на тебя сейчас будет прыгать. Отход в правую сторону. Вот. Долго. Вещи. Первый дать немного на тебя. На первый. Ну. Стоять передняя. Руки собрана. Вот, хорошо.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Сам.
Спасибо.
Дергай, дистанцию, чтобы он на тебя шел, ты встречай. Не давай ему просто так подходить, ты просто так не подходи. Что Владимир делает? Раздергивай, без атаки не отпускай его. Встречай правый. На тебя тяни, встреть на френде. Можешь, забери первый раунд. На тебя дергай, встречай. Выбери дистанцию, где он тебя не достает. Раздергивай. Сейчас этот раунд твой будет уже. Первый расстрел еще. Заберешь сейчас. Для себя дергай. Дистанцию.
Передняя сразу контроль. Он сам на тебя полетит. Жди его. Ему не надо. Собрание. Передняя работает, не встаешь. Да. И в сторону, не тяни к нему. Он придет сам. Нет, он придет сам. Он сам придет. Теперь. Собрано. Движение.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Руки выше просто. Подави чуть-чуть, подави. Не лети только, да, не дай. Эй, вот здесь надо ловить. Не застаивай. Вот этот момент. Да, передний контроль. И! Вот, да. Хорошо, еще передняя. На выходе бутылку. Передняя. Ножки не встают. Постоянно в работе. И здесь. Долго. Контроль. Передняя. Виста. Вот, контроль не лезь к нему. Не залезай наверх.
See him just prowling on the edge there. RAUFOV just waiting for an opportunity to let that right hand go, particularly. Tumanyan is maybe a little bit wary of it. You see the marking up on the face there, the reddening on the face. A knockdown scored right at the end of round one. And welcome everybody to this IBA Champions Night in Samara, Russia. Just a little bit of a technical issue with the audio early on, but we're with you now. And it's been an interesting start to this one, as you'll have seen yourselves. And Tumanyan is finding this hard work in there. RAUFOV just letting his hands go again, sinking those shots in. And Tumanyan will have lost that opening round 10-8 due to the knockdown, so he has a mountain to climb here, and it's not gone his way in the second round either.
Go. Head up.
Еще! Концовка! Да.
Left hand into the body there from RAUFOV again was a decent shot, and that's another good round for the fighter from Uzbekistan, who's just manhandling Tumanyan in there a little bit.
Не надо перед ним застаиваться. Нету, ничего нету. Нас просто кинули. Поэтому нам нужно выиграть, блядь. И все. Еще раз говорю, смотри, перед ним не вставай. И не надо к нему залезать. Ты на него прям
There's that right hand. To cause the knockdown, he was just caught standing a little bit tall and square. You see him there, he's got his feet directly planted underneath him. So there's no way he can really absorb that punch. It sends him backwards, and as soon as it does, there's only one place that he can really go. Getting caught at that mid-range in that kind of position is not ideal, to say the least.
Третий раунд.
Капа, кап.
Good use of the jab there from RAUFOV. Goes up and down with it to the head first and then down to the body. He's just trying to time that jab and throw the hook there. Tumanyan trying to move his head on the way in, and RAUFOV is using that height and the reach advantage that comes with it pretty well. And again there you see him dig his toes in. Those three shots were blocked mainly by Tumanyan, but they still register. And Tumanyan short with the right hand, and as he came in behind it there, RAUFOV looked for the right uppercut and wasn't far away with it. Let's go with a kind of sweeping left hook there, Tumanyan. He's trying to put the pressure on RAUFOV here and walk him down, but really what he's doing is walking into range and not really offering an awful lot, apart from that lead left hook a lot of the time. Jabs to the body there, but gets caught by that right hand. The same kind of right hand that put him down in the first round. Tucking up there, but RAUFOV with a decent bit of variety. Again, he's having the better of this round. This is a hard night for Gor Tumanyan so far, really tough. Trying to explode up into the left hand there, Tumanyan. But he's not really managed to do too much that has had an effect on RAUFOV, who just sets about him again there, caught him with a couple of good solid punches, backs him up to the ropes now, dips to the left and looks for those body shots, and he's just unloading on Tumanyan now, who doesn't have an awful lot to offer back. And the referee might start to think about this, because he is just taking punches unanswered here, Tumanyan, and the referee really should step in and stop this, to be perfectly honest. And eventually he does. Well, he certainly gave Tumanyan every chance there. I think I would have liked to have seen the referee get in a little bit earlier than that, and that is a fantastic performance from Mukhammadjon RAUFOV. It really is. Bursting with confidence. Put his punches together really well. The knockdown at the end of round one. And then he just followed that up all the way through. There's that left hand on the inside. And he just found great range really quite early. And the referee, as I say, he gave Tumanyan every chance to start throwing back there. And eventually, he just had to step in and stop that, because it was one-way traffic, and heavy one-way traffic at that. as I said, tough night. Very, very tough night. And you can see just how marked up he is. A little shake of the head there. He's been run over. Gor Tumanyan. He has been run over. There's the blood on the gloves. It's a tough sport, this. It really is.
Рефери поединка Валерий Пастухов остановил бой на отметке 2 минуты и 29 секунд третьего раунда. Таким образом, техническим нокаутом победу одержал из Узбекистана Мукhammadjon
And a fantastic win for Mukhammadjon RAUFOV. He was full of confidence right from the beginning. And after that knockdown at the end of the first round, the second round it was dominated by him, and then in the third he got his man going and took him out. There's that chopping right hand, really well timed punch. And he showed good variety too. He was attacking the body at times, he was dipping off to his left hand side and looking for uppercuts. And he'll enjoy watching that one over and over again, and he found good distance. There's that left hand kind of screw shot, and then when he got his man going in that third round, he just never let him off the hook. There were a couple of times where Tumanyan tried to get in and hold, and he just wouldn't have it, and the referee stepped in and ended what in the end was a one-sided fight.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. Нас ожидает 6-раундовый поединок в весовой категории до 92 килограммов. Рефери этого боя Лука Вадилонга, Италия. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга. Боксер из Узбекистана Nusratbek Tokhirov.
And now we have another visitor from Uzbekistan, Nusratbek Tokhirov. One draw in his pro career so far. He made his debut in August this year. That was in Ekaterinburg on a Russian copper company Titov card. He was in the away corner and drew by majority decision. So that was a good performance from him, and like his compatriot RAUFOV, he will come here to win. It's been a feature of the IBA Champions Nights that I've covered, is that the away corner fighters are not just here to take part and go through the rounds and pick up a paycheck. They're coming here to win. This fight at 92 kilos. Heavyweight in IBA terms. In pro terms, it's just above the professional cruiserweight limit.
А в золотой угол ринга добро пожаловать его соперник, боксер, представляющий набережные Челны, Россия. Вот он, Антон Зайцев.
And this is a professional debut for Anton Zaitsev. Details on him are fairly scarce. He boxed in the Russian Championships as an amateur, but didn't feature on the international stage, not from what I could glean. He's a tall, lean, angular kind of fighter as we watch him walk to the ring now.
Дамы и господа, это шестираундовый поединок в весовой категории до 92 килограммов. Первым представляю боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 21 год, его рост 181 сантиметров, вес 91 килограмм и 500 граммов. Мастер спорта международного класса, чемпион Азии среди молодежи из Андижана, Узбекистан, Нусратбек Tokhirov. Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу ринга, 29 лет. Его рост 192 сантиметра, а вес 90 килограммов ровно. Бронзовый призер чемпионата России. Финалист Кубка мира нефтяных стран, чемпион мира среди студентов, действующий чемпион WBA Asia, представляющий набережные Челны, Россия, Антон Зайцев.
Okay, guys, watch your hand, no punches back, no low blow, no holding. Listen to my command, touch your gloves, and good luck.
Luka Vadalonga, our referee. Big difference in height there. Zaitsev, 192, that's about 6 foot 4 thereabouts. 181 for Tokhirov. Similar kind of discrepancy we had in our opening fight. Zaitsev looking to try and get straight onto the jab. He's in the white, Tokhirov in the black. Zaitsev just pumping out that jab, doubling up on it. Tokhirov lets go with an expansive lead left hook but doesn't manage to land it. He's got to find a way past that lead hand of Zaitsev, who steps in and gets the feature slightly closer there. Throws the jab and then just pulled back off it, Zaitsev, and looks for the right to the body. Defense so far from Tokhirov has been pretty good. He's got those gloves up when he's needed to. Not much has got past the guard. Slipped the jab well there, just weaved off to his left-hand side and didn't let anything go. Maybe had an opportunity to get a couple of shots off there, Tokhirov. Again, he just gets underneath the jab, moves off to his left-hand side. And he's managing to get closer to Zaitsev as the round goes on here, Tokhirov. But again, Zaitsev, as he needs to, just looking to try and keep pumping out that jab. Got good extension on it there. You can see when he throws it, it just disturbs that guard there of Zaitsev.
Watch your head.
It's been boxed at a high tempo, this, right from the start. These two getting to it without any hesitation. Good left hand there, though, on the inside from Tokhirov. That was a good shot, and that has hurt Zaitsev. The follow-up left there clips him again, and he's in big trouble here. Anton Zaitsev, you can see the legs just give after that first left hand. Then he pulled away along the ropes with his chin up in the air. Got caught again, and he needs the bell here, Zaitsev. He needs it badly. Big smearing right hand there from Tokhirov. He knows that he has a chance here. Zaitsev just has to get through to the end of the round, which he just about manages to do, but you can see him as he walks to the corner there. He is in trouble. It was a left hand that got him on the inside, and you can see those legs just not completely give way underneath him, but not far off it. And at that point he was just trying to stay away, but as he pulled back along the ropes, had those gloves down and that chin hanging out, and he got caught again. And shipped to right hand towards the end of the round as well. Stepped into a southpaw stance there, almost, as he was throwing. That wasn't the left that did the damage. That was it, I think, there. It maybe caught him quite high on the head, but then there was a left hand just before that as he was pulling away across the ropes. And it was a rough old ride for him to the bell. And has he recovered in that minute between rounds? This is absolutely critical for him here. Tokhirov will get a sense of whether he has or he hasn't quite quickly. If he feels like he hasn't, then he has just got to get on him. But his confidence will be up now, Tokhirov, because he will know that he is capable of getting through to Zaitsev, and that finish to the round should be enough to win the round for him. Prior to that point, it had been Zaitsev who'd done most of the throwing. A lot of landed on gloves, but his was the heavier volume, but by far the biggest success of the round came from Tokhirov, who's just walking in there, coming forward. He's got a little bit of a swagger about him now. The Uzbek looks to load up on a massive left hook again there. He's got to make sure he stays nice and measured here, Tokhirov. What he doesn't want to do is spend a round trying to take Zaitsev's head off, keep missing him and giving time to recover. Keep the pressure on and just land. Because if he's still a bit buzzed here, Zaitsev, his reflexes won't be as good. He'll find it difficult to stay out of the way. Moving into the southpaw stance there, Zaitsev. Some feints as well would work well here from Tokhirov, because when a fighter is feeling the effect of a punch, they're more likely to bite on the feints. Not quite as much snap in these punches from Zaitsev. He's letting his hands go. He needs to keep Tokhirov off him, and he knows it. Again, he just steps into a big winging hook. I can understand why he's doing that, but he's got to try and set things up here, Tokhirov. Get inside that jab. That first knockdown, the left hand, that we didn't quite see on the replays, it was because he managed to get inside, in range. That was better distance from him there. Looking for right hand there. Tokhirov fired as soon as Zaitsev let his own punch go. Just digging in here, the Russian.
Watch your head, guys, watch your head. Come on.
Head's almost coming together on the inside there. Luke Khavasbek, the referee, just having a quick word. There's some swelling underneath that left eye, just a little mouse coming up there for Zaitsev. That's been there since the start of the round. A heavy looking overhand right, and the referee takes up the count there. It didn't land absolutely clean, or maybe he doesn't take up the count. It wasn't quite clear. He wiped off the gloves very, very quickly. I couldn't make my mind up in real time whether that was worthy of being called a knockdown or not. The overhand right did seem to land, but maybe dragged him down to a knee more than anything else. The referee stepped in, and I thought he was commencing the count, but Zaitsev got straight back up. He then motioned for them to continue, and there's that left hand in the first round. That was the one that really got him going. And the referee just holding up his hands there, I think to signal no knockdown. It did land, and that could quite easily have been given. And you could argue that that should have been given, because although it didn't land absolutely clean, it did land. Maybe more with the heel of the glove. It wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but he threw a punch and something made contact. Zaitsev just trying to busy up his hands at the start of the third round. He dug in well in that second round, Zaitsev. I have to give him credit. Left hand from Tokhirov. There's blood coming from somewhere, from the nose of Tokhirov, I think. And that'll be encouraging for Zaitsev, but that's a heavy looking right hand on the inside there. Tokhirov just looking to take a more aggressive approach in this round, I think. Look to get on top of Zaitsev, because he's hurt him early. Cannot let him off the hook here. But then looking to get onto the inside, he's obviously taken a solid shot, which has uncorked that nose. Big flinging left hook again there from Tokhirov. And there's plenty of blood coming from it. If that's a break, then that will be a problem for him. It affects the breathing. Zaitsev on the back foot, just piling in with that right hand. And that's a good combination as he comes forward and then switches into the southpaw stance. This is a good fight now, really good fight, because Zaitsev has had some success of his own here in this round that'll really put some wind in his sails, and you can see that it's done exactly that. And you can see from the way that Tokhirov is breathing that this is a problem, because the nose will be full of blood. He won't be able to breathe through the nose, so you have to breathe through your mouth. And if you're swallowing blood as well, then that can be a real problem. Tokhirov just steps in there though and looks to let that right hand go after backing Zaitsev up. Zaitsev trying to hold his own feet on the inside. Tokhirov comes back with a right. And these two just letting each other have it here. This is terrific to watch. Right hand into the body from Zaitsev. Good combination again there from Zaitsev. But there's 3 rounds to go after this. And this has been fought at a pace. They will both be starting to feel this. They're both early in their pro careers. Good right hand there from Zaitsev. A left from Tokhirov. The crowd understandably absolutely loving this. Final few seconds of the round, and this has been a sensational round, to be honest. Good right hand again there from Zaitsev, and there goes the bell. Well, this is pretty tight, I would say. Tokhirov would have taken that opening round with the very solid work he did towards the end of it. That second round was fairly even, I thought. That third round I would go in Zaitsev's direction, I think, but not by too much. They both had some good successes. Shifted into the southpaw stance there and managed to get that left hand up between the forearms. But they're both just showing the scars of battle. You see the marking up on the face of Zaitsev, particularly just underneath that left eye, but then it was the nose of Tokhirov that was really bleeding heavily in that third round. So into the fourth, into the second half of the fight, Zaitsev, Russia in the white, Tokhirov, Uzbekistan in the black. Good jab there from Tokhirov. Again, he turns southpaw there, Zaitsev, gets into a crouch, throws that left to the body and comes straight in behind it. Just waiting a little bit too long there, Tokhirov. Zaitsev comes off the ropes and lets his left hand go. Good jab there from Tokhirov. He's stalking. Left hand into the body. He's trying to just manoeuvre Zaitsev into the position that he wants him in. Get nice and tight, nice and close, and that's where he can really do some damage. Zaitsev is doing a reasonable job of keeping him off. Right into the body again there from Tokhirov. And it's Tokhirov who's very much on the front foot in this round. Zaitsev is, I think, almost trying to take a little bit of a round off here if possible. Right hand from Tokhirov.
Box.
Steps into the 1-2 there, Zaitsev, but I think the huge effort that third round took has taken something out of him. Left hand there from Tokhirov, who nearly gets through with another one.
No holding, stop! No holding. Box.
Goes into the right hand to the body there, Zaitsev. Uppercut from Tokhirov, didn't miss by very far. Tied looking right hand there from Zaitsev. Tokhirov with a left hand in round the back of the guard. That's good defense from Tokhirov, gets that guard up, and Zaitsev lands heavily on it. But again, it's the Uzbek who's swaggering forward. The left hand forces Zaitsev to give ground, and that was a good round for the fighter heading back towards the black corner. You see the kind of thickening around the bridge of the nose there. I would say that there is probably a break in there. I'd imagine it wouldn't be the first time, but not as much blood coming out of that nose. They're using the end swell on that left cheek there of Zaitsev. At this stage, it's Tokhirov who just looks like he's got more left here. 2 more rounds scheduled.
Hey, Uzbekistan, come on!
5-й раунд.
Trying to get that jab back in operation there, Zaitsev. And that is exactly what he needs, but it needs to be nice and sharp. It's got to come out quick and go back in quick. Turn southpaw, but almost walked straight onto the uppercut there from Tokhirov. Straight right hand from Tokhirov was a good shot. And again, he's just looking to walk Zaitsev down and unload some heavy leather. Left hook was very, very close there from Tokhirov. And again, Zaitsev just using that outer perimeter, stepping in every now and again just to try and keep Tokhirov at bay, but it's getting increasingly difficult. Strong right hand, immediately off the back of it, a left hand from Tokhirov. Zaitsev just doesn't really look like he's got too much left. He's sticking to it. He's throwing punches, but there's not much in them. And there's again a clubbing right hand from Tokhirov. It doesn't get through absolutely clean, but it still moves his opponent. It's a good combination from Zaitsev. Finishing with the left uppercut almost. He's boxed out of southpaw for most of this round. Turns orthodox here. There's that overhand right from Tokhirov, who I think was unlucky not to have that knockdown scored in his favour in that earlier round. From the overhand right. And get another cuffing left hand. And they both end up on the canvas.
No wrestling. Step back. Step back. Box. Hey, come on. Break.
There's a decent jab from Zaitsev, but it just doesn't really do too much to discourage Tokhirov, and that's the difficulty for Zaitsev. He put an enormous effort in that third round, and I think it took a lot of gas out of the tank. Kind of right-hand lead there from Tokhirov, who might be beginning to feel it himself a little bit here. It's been a good fight, been a really entertaining fight. Awful lot of action in those first 5 rounds, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more in this 6th round. They didn't waste any time in getting into it. You could say exactly the same about our opening fight of the night. Sometimes he slips the jab really effectively to Tokhirov and then doesn't really do anything. He gets himself into a good position. He's close enough to let the hands go, and he, for some reason, elects not to. So into the 6th and final round. I've got Tokhirov ahead here.
This is the last round. Okay.
So 6th and final round. Tokhirov in the black, Zaitsev in the white. Zaitsev starting nicely there. Zaitsev needs this round, I think.
No push.
I'd give the first round to Tokhirov. I'd give the 3rd round to Zaitsev. 4 and 5 to Tokhirov. 2nd round close, so if he went Zaitsev's way, if he takes this one, he would get a draw. That's on my card. It's an individual thing. It's not my card that counts. Good 1-2 there from Zaitsev. And the Russian's doing well here. Early stages of round 6. There wasn't all that much in the 5th. I would say that as well. Looking for the uppercut on the inside there, Zaitsev. Getting that guard back nice and tight, and it looks like he might have found a little bit of a second wind here. He's the one now swaggering forward, looking to bring it to Tokhirov. Maybe the corner told him between rounds that he needs to go out and close the show here and close strong. They should have told him that. Just past the midway point of this final round, and this has been a Zaitsev round so far. Again, another decent combination there from Zaitsev. shortening up that right hand off the back of the jab. Tokhirov just hasn't really had the opportunity to do too much. He's found himself occupied with what Zaitsev has been throwing at him and hasn't had too much time to get his own shots away. It's the Russian who seized the initiative in this sixth and final round, and you have to give him credit for that, because after that third round, which I do think took a lot out of him, round 4, particularly round 4, he looked like he was feeling it. Round 5, I felt that was also the case, but as I said, towards the end of that round, Tokhirov looked like he was beginning to blow a little bit, and in this 6th round, it is Zaitsev who is finishing the stronger, and it's Tokhirov now who's trying to get up on his toes, move around, and just make it to the bell. He's not looking like he's going to unravel here, Tokhirov, but of the two of them, he is the one who needs the final bell a lot more here. So this has been a really entertaining fight. It's toed and froed all the way through. So much action in these 6 rounds. Touch of gloves between the two at the end. And well, on my card, I would give that a draw, I think, but I'll be very interested to see which way it goes. A quick breakdown of my scoring would be Tokhirov round 1, round 2 I thought was really tight, round 3 Zaitsev, rounds 4 and 5 Tokhirov, although not loads in the 5th, round 6 Zaitsev, so he would, on my card, need that 2nd round. Or that 5th. To get the draw and worry to get both, then that would give him the win. I'm hedging all bets there. I understand that, but it was a good fight. It was a really good fight, and when you look at the pair of them at the end, neither one was really celebrating, neither one was confident. You look at their faces, which is not the way you judge a fight. But if you're somebody who likes to do that and see who looks like they've come off worse, well, again, it's kind of difficult to split them on that evidence too. I would very happily watch that again. Very happily. If they were to choose to make a rematch between these two. See the blood on the towel. Both of those towels in the corners. Blood on the corner post. Blood everywhere. It was that kind of a fight. To getting a really good reception from the crowd, and absolutely correct that they do, because that was 18 minutes of action.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты двум настоящим воинам. Итак, дамы и господа, в этом ярчайшем поединке после 6 напряженных раундов бокса раздельным решением судей победу по очкам одержал боксер из черного угла
Nusratbek Tokhirov makes it 2 wins out of 2 for the away corner tonight. 2 wins on the road for our Uzbek fighters. I think that's a good result on balance. He was the more dominant of the two. His punching was the more damaging of the two, but I give Zaitsev credit for the way that he dug in there in that 6th and final round, because there wasn't a lot in that, but it was fantastically entertaining to watch. Right from the beginning, you've got a taller fighter, a rangier fighter in Zaitsev, a shorter, stockier campaigner in Tokhirov. Zaitsev switched stances throughout the course of the night, but he got hurt in that first round. The legs almost went, but he stayed up. That right hand, I think that could have been called as a knockdown. I don't think it was by Luka Vadilonga. My guessing there would be that scoring would have gone Tokhirov rounds 1 and 2, Zaitsev round 3, Tokhirov rounds 4 and 5, Zaitsev round 6. But you can see what that win on the road means. And that's 2 out of 2 for the away corner so far tonight. And it's always good to see an away win because it means that proper matches have been made. As I said at the start, at the beginning of the evening, the away corner fighters I've seen in these IBA Champions nights, particularly this year, they are not here to take part. They haven't been recruited just to give people a run out, a few rounds, a bit of a test. That's not what this is. These are tough matches. The away corner fighters have come with confidence. They come to win. And both of them that we've seen so far tonight have done. Next up, we've got Vadim Musaev in with Khavasbek, Asadullaev. Again, it's a Russian fighter against an Uzbek. Musaev 10-0, Asadullaev 3-0.
Дамы и господа, это Олимбет ночь чемпионов IBA. Мы в Самаре и мы продолжаем. Нас ожидает 6-раундовый поединок в весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Это будет противостояние двух больших мастеров своего дела. И первым, черный угол ринга, под ваши аплодисменты добро пожаловать из Узбекистана Khavasbek Asadullaev.
Khavasbek Asadullaev making his way to the ring, and again another fighter joining us from Uzbekistan and from the same hometown as Tokhirov, the fighter we have just seen pull off a second consecutive away corner win tonight for Uzbekistan. Asadullaev 3-0, boxed internationally as an amateur, went to the 2022 Asian Championships. In February actually chalked up a win against Marco Verde by split decision at a tournament in Spain that he won, the Boxam. Verde went on to win an Olympic silver medal. His 3 pro fights have been above welterweight, but they may well have been same-day weigh-ins, which would explain why he's been up nearer 160 than 147. But he hasn't been in the pro ring for a good while. It was June 2022 the last time we saw him in this kind of setting.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга боксер из Каспийска, Дагестан, Россия, Vadim Musaev!
Vadim Musaev of Russia, 10-0. Like Asadullaev, has wage campaigns as a pro and in the amateurs at the same time, as many fighters do now. The first time I saw him ringside was at the World Championships in 2021. He got a silver, losing in the final at 71 kilos to Yuri Zakhariev of Ukraine. Zakhariev was superb in that tournament. He'd won World Youth Gold earlier that year and then won World Senior Gold. And Musaev won a gold at the Strandja that year as well, and a few months later, in fact in 2022, I was lucky enough to be at that competition, and as a pro everything has gone his way. He's done everything that has been expected of him. He's lost the odd round but not too many. He's yet really to be tested. 4 fights this year, the latest a 4th round stoppage in Ufa in August for the WBA Asia welterweight title. So he will be the favourite heading into this contest, but as we've seen so far tonight,
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает 6 раундов бокса в весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Рефери поединка Мария Петкович, Сербия. Первым представляю боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 25 лет, рост 176 сантиметров, официальный вес 66 килограммов и 950 граммов. Мастер спорта международного класса. Чемпион Узбекистана, чемпион Азии, победитель игр БРИКС с профессиональным рекордом 3 боя, 3 победы, 2 из них нокаутом. Из Андижана, Узбекистан, по прозвищу Гладиатор, Khavasbek Asadullaev. Его соперник в золотом углу, 31 год. Его рост 178 сантиметров, а вес 66,7 килограмма. Он чемпион России, финалист чемпионата мира с безупречным рекордом. 10 боев, 10 побед, 7 из них нокаутом. Из Каспийска, Дагестан, Россия, заслуженный мастер спорта Вадим Мусаев.
Здравствуйте.
Final checks from our referee. Musaev in the gold corner in the white.
On this way.
Asadullaev in the black.
Listen to my commands. Keep your head up, no holding, no low blows. Touch your gloves. Good luck.
Maria Petkovic in charge of this one. Youth on the side there of Asadullaev. And again, this promises to be another good matchup. Two undefeated fighters. Musaev offering that lead hand to his opponent at the start of the fight. He's in the white, boxing out of the southpaw stance. Another southpaw coming out of the black corner as well in Asadullaev. Looking for the 1-2 nice and early there. Musaev, and really tried to put something on it too. A jab just about got through there from Asadullaev. That backhand
Head up, black.
is already being thrown with some serious attempts there by Musaev. Did well to get in nice and close there. Asadullaev, who's slightly unorthodox in the way that he moves. He's quite jerky in style as he comes forward often, but dips those knees and rolls underneath the jab there. He's going to need that kind of movement to get close enough to let his hands go, which he managed to do there, but then just slightly closed his own space down. Looking for the uppercut on the inside there, Asadullaev. Musaev
Head up.
cannot afford to neglect that jab, because Asadullaev will move in and take that space. Lead right hand there from Asadullaev. That landed midway through round one, and
Head up.
this has been an interesting round already. Musaev started full of confidence, looking to put some real mustard on that left hand, that southpaw left hand, but Asadullaev has managed to get a little bit tighter, a little bit closer. And I think, again, this could be a really interesting fight. Musaev just touching with that lead hand. He needs to pump that lead hand out, because Asadullaev is going to keep coming in on him. And he gets tight there. And he's getting close. He's getting on top of Musaev too easily here, I would say, if I was in that Musaev corner. Just quickens up those feet there, Asadullaev. Again, gets into good range there, just lets his hands go. Musaev digs his own toes in and works those hands really to try and keep Asadullaev off him more than anything else. Final 30 seconds of round one. Came in behind the jab there, Asadullaev, just dips through that left hand over the top. And after a good start, I think Musaev has been knocked back onto his heels a bit here. Flicking with the jab there, the Russian fighter. I think he needs to just plant that lead hand out a little bit more. Bell goes at the end of round one, and, well, we've got another good match here.
Спонсор сегодняшнего вечера бокса – туристическая компания «Алимпет». «Алимпет» – это широкие линии, большие коэффициенты, кэшбэки реальным деньгам и умопомрачительные розыгрыши. Регистрируйся и погружайся в мир спорта на полную. Твоя первая ставка уже застрахована.
Just working on the inside there, Asadullaev. There's that head movement, that's good head movement. Didn't manage to land the right hand. Musaev just about got through with his left, and there's a good juddering left hand from Musaev. But there wasn't much in that opening round. Musaev made a good start. After that, it was Asadullaev who muscled his way in on him and made things extremely uncomfortable at times. Almost getting caught by the right hand there, Musaev. When they get into that mid-range and they both let go, if one of them lands clean, then the other one is going down because they're both looking for those big hooks. Asadullaev is one of these guys who boxes out of a crouch. He's not the tallest and certainly doesn't box tall. You look at him dip his knees there, but he's got long arms. Again, in and out with the feet there, Asadullaev, and that's clever. He's just messing with the distance there of Musaev. You see him there, that's a great view of it. Comes in behind the jab, really got underneath the shoulder of that jab. Keeping that head low. Stylistically, he's difficult. Well, he ends up on his backside there, but there's no knockdown signal by the referee. I think that's correct. I didn't see anything really land there. That's decent from Musaev. Varied up the weight of punch, the third finishing punch of the combination, the heaviest. A pair of them just swapping left hands. Musaev has found that distance a little bit better in this second round. I think he's just taken a half step back as Asadullaev has come forward and managed to give himself a bit more room. And Asadullaev, given that that's the case, is going to try and drive him back and then drive him back again. Two phases of attack, see if he can push it back onto the ropes. Good jab from Asadullaev. Well into the final minute of round two, and it's been Asadullaev who's been taking the centre of the ring. Again, big expulsion of air there from him as he puts that effort into the lead right hook. And Musaev has picked some decent shots as the Uzbek has been coming forward. That's a lovely combination at the end of the round. Perfect distance on it.
Step back.
Asadullaev looking to finish strong there. I don't think that left hand really got through clean off the back of the right, but again, a good round. Musaev not moving all that well as he goes back to the corner there. I think Asadullaev might have quite heavy hands because I get the feeling from looking at Musaev that he's feeling these shots from Asadullaev, even if they're not really landing all that clean. Shots that hit gloves, cause the gloves to cannon into the face or that are half blocked, they still register, they still have an effect. Just plants that lead foot wide and looks at that big winging overhand left. He claimed a knockdown briefly there, Musaev, and there's that jab from Asadullaev. A nice 1-2 straight down the middle. When you look at the dynamic of the fight, it's Asadullaev who looks like the boss in there out of these two. And again at the start of round three, straight onto the front foot, the fighter in black. And this is by far the most competitive fight that Musaev has been in his career up until this point. As I said, everything has gone his way up until now, and this is different. He's going to have to really dig in here. He could be 2 rounds down here. And there's that jab. He just shoots it up from the waist, but every now and again does get those gloves up to try and defend himself, Asadullaev. And again, he's going after Musaev here. Good left hand there from Asadullaev. He's just turned the heat up here, the Uzbek, in round 3. He's looking to put a dent in Musaev here, I think, if he can. Decent left hand into the body there from Musaev, but there's just no respite for him. He turned around that front foot nicely there to evade Asadullaev, but again he's just all over him like a rash here, Asadullaev, he really is. Musaev throws a 1-2 and steps off to his right hand side, but there's not much in these punches. Good jab again there from Asadullaev, who just pours forward.
No holding. Stop! Stop!
Just short with the jab hand there, Musaev. Asadullaev throws that left hand, just tries to turn the hand over as he looks for the chin there of Musaev, doesn't quite manage to find it.
Stop! Head up! Box!
That's a good counter left hand there from Musaev.
Stop! Box!
Final 30 seconds of round 3, they're scheduled for 6. So ticking up to the halfway stage. Asadullaev just so full of energy.
Hands up!
Musaev really just having to do everything he can to keep Asadullaev off here. Broad grin from the Uzbek fighter as he makes his way back to his corner at the end of round 3. And he is in the ascendancy here. And could we be heading for another away corner win?
Все жестко, легкий удар и передняя рука, забываешь передняя рука постоянно, передняя рука, передняя, останови его передней, потом бей, снизу по корпусу и по голове, смело бьешь по корпусу, мало по голове снизу проходит, левый не проходит, он не ходит, надо покатал, снизу поднял, боковым закончил, снизу поднял, боковым закончил, все.
There was that counter left hand from Musaev, who has not been without his successes.
Step back, please. Black. Head up. Hold. Head up.
So into the second half of the fight, the bell goes for the beginning of the 4th round here. That's better from Musaev, just looking to try and put his hands together there. It's not long before Asadullaev, again with that muscular kind of approach, just steps wide and looks to really heave that right hand in.
Stop! Head up, Black.
Short with the left hand there, Asadullaev, but got the guard back up nice and quick. He needs this round, Musaev, I think. At halfway, I would place him 3 rounds down. In terms of clean punching, so maybe it hasn't been a great deal between the two of them, but the greater volume has come from Asadullaev, and the greater power, punch-wise and also physically, I think is with him. Musaev again finishes a combination there with a decent-looking left hand, but as soon as he finishes punching, Asadullaev is just right back on top of him.
Heads up, heads up.
Again, there's that winging left hand. He slings it in. Sometimes it's a little bit of a slap. Lead right hook there from Asadullaev. Good long left hand there from Asadullaev. Really shot that down the middle. And again, a big smile from Asadullaev. His engine is impressive. He's worked very, very hard right from the start of this fight, and he's just never allowed that tempo to drop. Not at all. A laboured looking left hand there from Musaev. Some nifty footwork there from Asadullaev, and then steps into a jab. Decent work to the body there from Musaev.
No holding. Stop. 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 Stop.
So 2 to go here, and I think we could well have another away corner win on our hands. We've had 2 so far tonight already. He's 3-0 going into this fight. Good credentials as an amateur. Musaev with excellent credentials of his own as an amateur and 10-0 as a pro, but as a pro, as I've been saying, haven't really been tested. He is certainly being tested tonight. That was a good combination from Musaev, a couple of well-placed punches there. But with a couple of rounds to go, for me, Musaev has got more to do with the 2 here. He's got to keep using that lead, and Musaev, as Asadullaev just looks to try and move in on him, even if it's like he used it there, without any great power. Just give him something to think about, because Asadullaev will wait for just a dip in that output, and he will come straight in on you. You've got to be busy with your hands all of the time. You cannot just let him walk in. But again, he's clever with the feet there, Asadullaev. We had a really good look at it in the previous round where he's just in and out. He changes the position of that front foot. The back foot often just stays exactly where it is, so he's actually exactly where he's always been, but moving the position of the front foot will make him look closer or further away.
Head up. Stop. Stop. Listen to me. Keep your head. Okay. Up. Box.
Good left hand there from Musaev. That was really good. He committed to that through the jab, followed straight through off the back of it. And he needs more of that. He needs more of that in these final 2 rounds. More of that kind of commitment and conviction with his punching, because you get that from Asadullaev every single time he throws everything. Musaev picked a couple of good shots there and then just rolled off to his left. Managed to counter Asadullaev there too, as Asadullaev just reached too far with that big overhand left. Musaev just with a little bit of a bounce in his step now. And again, just piles in behind that 1-2.
Break! Break! Stop! Break! Step back! Box!
He's having a good second half of the round here, Musaev. That's improvement from Musaev. Closing stages.
Stop. No holding. Stop.
Well, I'd give him that round, Vadim Musaev. By my reckoning, he absolutely needs to take this final one as well to give himself a chance. You can see the scuffing around the left eye there, and the trainer is really just giving him a G up there. And for me, when I said to give himself a chance, he needs to win this final round. That really is on my card to give himself a chance of a draw. It's a good one too.
No holding, no touching.
Sixth and final round, and again this has been a really good fight, a really entertaining fight. Vadim Musaev of Russia in the white, Khavasbek, Asadullaev of Uzbekistan in the black. Uzbekistan have had 2 wins out of the away corner tonight already. It's been a terrific card this so far. Very competitive fights right from the start. Well matched.
No holding. Break.
From what I've seen of the nights I've commentated on Champions Nights in recent times, there are not going to be any gimmies, which is exactly as it should be. Really set his feet and launched into that left hand there, Musaev. Asadullaev, for the first time in a long time, is just slightly, not reluctant exactly to let his hands go, but just a little bit more aware of what's coming back. Earlier in the fight at times he wasn't remotely bothered about what was coming back in his direction, and that is a difficult spot to find yourself in if you're the opponent. You've got to be able to get your opponent's respect, and at times Asadullaev I don't think really had too much respect for Musaev's punching ability. I think that might have changed towards the end here. Again, a solid looking left hand, and then just stepped off to his left there, Musaev.
Stop. Box. No holding.
And if he could take this final round, Musaev, and I would give it to him so far, then he's finished strong. Out of those first 4, I would say that the visitor Asadullaev had the better of those 4. To a tune of 3 rounds to 1, maybe even 4-0. From what I've been seeing.
Boxers, no wrestling.
So into the final minute, it's been a bit messy at times, round 6. The work rate has dipped of Asadullaev in the last couple.
Stop! Box! Holding! Break!
So final few seconds. Musaev tries to pull in behind that left hand again. Doesn't quite land it this time, but a decent 1-2 to finish things off with on the bell there. And no great reaction from either corner. They look quietly confident over in that Uzbek corner, and I would say that they have reason to. But he didn't finish the fight particularly well there, Asadullaev. Musaev, I thought you could give him those last 2. But maybe nothing before that. I would say that that's an Asadullaev win myself. through that all night long. But that time he didn't quite land it, and Musaev, although he didn't get through super clean with the counter combination, did land one of them. Well, Samara's largely responsible for the good matches that we have seen so far tonight. Two men, largely responsible.
Good? Good, man. You? Eat. Man? Sorry. Can I look the gloves?
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров за этот яркий и красивый бокс. Итак, в этом бою большинством судейских голосов победу по очкам одержал боксер из черного угла Khavasbek.
So it's a third away corner win, and again a worthy winner there, Khavasbek, Asadullaev. I think the judges have got all three of these absolutely right. They couldn't get the first one wrong because it was a stoppage, but fights 2 and 3, points wins for the away corner. And for me, I think he won those first 4 rounds. Musaev, I think, got back into it towards the end. Maybe he just let that work rate drop in those last couple. Asadullaev, he set a fearsome pace. He was probably just starting to feel it a bit, but he got on top of his man early and never really let him off the hook in the early stages. And when the momentum goes against you like that, as it did for Musaev, it's very difficult to get it back. And that proved to be the case. He was claiming a knockdown there, Musaev. It wasn't forthcoming from the referee. And the first professional defeat there for Vadim Musaev. 10-0 before tonight, now 10-1.
Сегодня с нами легенда мирового бокса, многократный чемпион России, чемпион Европы, чемпион мира, двукратный олимпийский чемпион, бронзовый призер Олимпийских игр Олег Заитсев. Также в нашем зале чемпион мира, трехкратный чемпион Европы, пятикратный чемпион Советского Союза Василий Александрович Шишов. Также в нашем зале экс-чемпион мира среди профессионалов в первом тяжелом весе по версии WBC Григорий Дрозд.
Some former champions being introduced at ringside. That's the former WBC cruiserweight champion Grigory Дрозд.
Один из самых жестоких панчеров современности в российском боксе Дмитрий «Русская кувалда» Кудряшов. И также в нашем зале мастер спорта международного класса, заместитель руководителя Совета чемпионов Федерации бокса России Ахмедхан Адилов. Дамы и господа, это Олимбет Ночь чемпионов IBA. Мы идем далее, и на очереди 8-раундовый поединок весовой категории до 75 килограммов. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга. Боксер из Венесуэлы. Вот он, Keiber Gonzalez.
So next up we have a contest over 8 rounds at 75 kilos between Dzhambulat and this man here, Keiber Gonzalez. Hailing from Venezuela, 21 wins and 1 defeat. Saw him on the Champions Night in Caracas in August, where he took on Elias Espadas and won over 8 on points. I made him pretty fortunate that night. He's won the Venezuelan middleweight title. That was back in July. The only loss coming against a 16-0 Cesar Tapia in Australia. That was earlier this year.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга боксер из России Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV.
Dzhambulat is a fighter I've always been very impressed with from the very first time I saw him. That was at the World Championships in 2021 when he was just 21 years old, and he is a slick, skilled, just a very good all-round fighter from what I've seen. He did plenty as an amateur, got a silver at that World Championships. He was a World Youth Champion, silver at the European Championships earlier this year, 2-0. As a pro, has got some serious backing as well with the Russian copper company and the T-Togs. He was in action at the Champions Night in August in Ufa, where he stopped Juan Narvaez in the 5th of 8 rounds, and last boxed in early September in Chelyabinsk.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает 8-раундовый поединок. Это отборочный бой на титул чемпиона мира по версии IBA весовой категории до 75 килограммов. Рефери боя Сергей Журкин, Россия. Представляю участников этого боя и первый боксера слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 30 лет, его рост 187 сантиметров, официальный вес 74 килограмма и 750 граммов. Многократный чемпион Венесуэлы, финалист престижного турнира имени Роберто Балладо на Кубе. Его впечатляющий рекорд насчитывает 22 боя, 21 победа при всего одном поражении, 18 ярких побед нокаутом. Представляющий Сьюдад Боливар, Венесуэла, Keiber Gonzalez. Его соперником напротив, в золотом углу ринга, 23 года. Его рост 185 сантиметров, а вес 74 килограмма и 850 граммов. Мастер спорта международного класса. Многократный чемпион России, победитель Кубка Европы, финалист чемпионата мира, представляющий Тулу, Россия, Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So a touch of glove, Sergei Zhurkin, our referee, Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV of Russia. He is in the white, boxing out of that gold corner. Keiber Gonzalez of Venezuela in the black.
Box.
And an early example of what we'll see from BIZHAMOV. He just immediately pulled that weight back, little lean back to make the jab fall short, and then just flicked up a powerful jab himself, just planted it up from the waist. He's got that nice loose style about him. They've got good variety of punch, but also manages to vary up the weight of punch that he throws. I've given him a big build up. If you haven't seen him before, then have a look and see what you think, because he is, at the age of 23, a well-rounded fighter. Well, Gonzalez, taking a little bit of a stumble there, was kept up by the ropes. He clutched onto the ropes with that left arm, but the referee deciding that was more of a push from BIZHAMOV. Who again just pulls back there, tucks his chin in behind the shoulder. And there's that jab again. Get some power on it. That's a good view of it from side on. Comes up from the waist, explodes up into the opponent's eye line, which makes it more difficult to pick up. Goes up and down with it, then back up. Jab coming up from that belt line is harder to see because it comes up into that peripheral vision, one that is thrown from the shoulder, from shoulder height, just below the eye line. You see that coming all the way. If a fighter's got a really good jab and they don't have a tell on it, then it can still be very difficult, but if it comes up from the waist, it presents a different kind of problem. BIZHAMOV, though, just throwing a couple of jabs there, coming from that more orthodox position, if you like, just changing up the trajectory. And Gonzalez just trying to keep that guard up and not give anything away here. BIZHAMOV isn't looking to be too expansive. He's used that jab almost exclusively in this first round so far. And goes down to the body. Just leans in, trying to tempt Gonzalez into leading off there, BIZHAMOV. See the slight push there from BIZHAMOV, but that's that use of the jab. And the final jab got through nice and clean through the guard into the face there of Gonzalez. And Gonzalez, I think, is in one of these fights where he's going to do what he can. He will know about the reputation and the skill set of BIZHAMOV, and it's not that he hasn't come here to try and win, but you can't be too reckless or gung-ho. 8 rounds is a long time. He's an experienced fighter. But he'll know that he cannot afford to give anything away against somebody like BIZHAMOV. But he'll want to take him deep into this fight and try and test him. Late on, maybe. But to do that, he needs to take something out of him early on here. BIZHAMOV won that first round and won it at a canter. Good solid combinations there. Steps in, left hand to the body, left uppercut on the inside, and he's just beginning to try and work Gonzalez over a bit. That first round, it was all about the jab, but this second already, He's looking more aggressive, looking to punch in combination more. Gonzalez suggesting that one slips around the back of the head there. Gonzalez trying to get onto the front foot and let his own hands go. Good stiff jab there from BIZHAMOV. You saw Gonzalez coming forward, it rocked him right back onto his heels. But the Venezuelan is doing the right thing here. BIZHAMOV is looking more aggressive and he cannot just allow that to happen. He's got to offer something himself and he's trying to do that.
No holding, gold, no holding.
Left to the body there from Gonzalez, got nice and tight, dug his toes in and put some power onto that one, and this is good from him. BIZHAMOV's had the better of this round again, but has made more of a contribution here. Gonzalez.
No holding, gold, no holding.
Good stiff right hand there from BIZHAMOV, but it didn't really do much to deter Gonzalez. He's been hit with some good punches by BIZHAMOV. He looks like he can whack a bit, but Gonzalez hasn't looked too worried by any of it, not yet. Long right hand again there from BIZHAMOV.
Спонсор сегодняшнего вечера бокса – украинская компания «Алимпет». «Алимпет» – это широкие, большие коэффициенты, кэшбэки и реальным деньгам и умопомрачительные разрушения. Регистрируемся и продолжайте удар на пол. Твоя первая ставка уже стартовала.
Defense there from Gonzalez is pretty good.
Ábrele con el open, hazle la finta, tírale a la derecha, open y derecha. Y en la otra, pasa allí, la derecha empieza allí y sigue lo trabajando con el open de izquierda. Pero cuando llegue el momento, después de la mitad del round, cámbiasela arriba cuando él se quede ahí, ok, que la va a agarrar completa. Sí, porque él se está solamente bloqueando ahí. Anda, necesito que empieces a trabajar un poco más, gordo, ¿bien? Pero sin desesperarte, ¿ok? Desesperarte. Sigue teniendo el trabajo, sin desesperarte. Fácil, golpeársela ahí y el open de izquierda sigue trabajando. Después de la mitad del round, sube arriba.
No low blow. Okay. Box.
So into the third. BIZHAMOV again just taking the centre of the ring. He's in the white, Gonzalez in the black, and BIZHAMOV is a couple of rounds up here. He upped the tempo at the start of round two. Gonzalez tried to go with him, knowing that he couldn't just allow BIZHAMOV to unload on him, but BIZHAMOV again here just chopping down with the right hand, follows it with the left, and so far Gonzalez has worn these punches pretty well, but they will be chipping away at him. 8 rounds is a long time. And there's that use of the jab up to the head, down to the body. That's a good look there at how BIZHAMOV uses that upper body. He's in range, on the borderline of range. He's happy to stay pretty much in that pocket at times. And he just slips and rolls with that movement of the upper body. Again there, just pulls back, just hinges at the waist slightly, pulls back. Tries to tuck that chin behind the shoulder.
Stop. No press. Box.
Avoid what's coming in and still stay in position to be able to fire back immediately. You rarely see him take his feet right out. And he's just poised on the borderline there, leaning in with that chin a bit, trying to tempt something from Gonzalez. Gonzalez goes to the body. That was a good left hand to the body there. So the referee thought it was maybe a little bit low. Countered by a left hand from BIZHAMOV though.
Goal to holding.
And after the all-action affairs we had in the first three fights, the crowd, I wouldn't say it's gone flat here, but it's not been quite the same kind of affair. It's a good display, this, from BIZHAMOV so far, but I think they're just waiting for something to really ignite here. There's just that kind of background hum that you get when conversations are being had around the arena and around ringside, and everybody's not completely focused on what is happening in the ring. The clash of heads, I think, there. There's a gun shield come out as well. Well, there's a cut. There's a cut from the clash of heads. And the doctor is having a look at that.
Box.
And she says it's okay to continue. And that could have been it there. It's just on the corner of his right eye, I think. Gonzalez's right eye.
Все спокойно. Спокойно, посмотри, да. Сюда, здесь открывается последний руку. Маши. Давай. Маши. Ноги возьми, сядь на корточку, Гаджи. Так можно сейчас не закинь ноги его, помочи. Вот так, отдыхай. Все хорошо, все видишь? Смотри, работай больше. Ты раунда прошел, давай, тебе надо, работай больше. Ты пошел. Сколько раз? Да. Работай больше.
That look there from BIZHAMOV, and before that you can see the fairly steady diet of jabs that he's been fed at times, Gonzalez. So heading into the fourth round here, didn't get a look at the cut to Gonzalez in between rounds. It didn't look too bad when he came over to the doctor. I think it is on the corner of the eye, so the blood, if it starts bleeding again, will run clear of the eye rather than into the eye. If we get to the end of this round, then we'll have completed 4 rounds, and should the fight get stopped after that, due to the cut, assuming it was caused by an accidental clash of heads, then we would go to the scorecards. Were it to stop in this round because of the cut, and it's from an accidental clash of heads, then it will be a no contest and no decision. Good counter right hand there from BIZHAMOV. Gonzalez immediately then just looked down at the canvas. I don't know whether he slipped slightly. And you can see the size difference between these two. This is set at 75 kilos, which is 165 pounds, so 11 stone 11, and Gonzalez is in the main a middleweight, which is 11 stone 6, of course. Good jab, right hand from BIZHAMOV, and I think he felt that one, Gonzalez, because he just backed up a little bit there.
Head up, Black, head up. No holding, no holding, no holding, Black. Head up, Black, head up, Black.
At the waist there, Gonzalez, the referee having a quick word with him about it, but right up close where he is there, that's kind of safe for him, but BIZHAMOV looks to shrug him off. closest safe really for Gonzalez, because Vyshomov has got those longer levers into the final 30 seconds of round 4. He's sticking to it here, Gonzalez. He's having some success to the body at times. He just needs to try and push it as much as he can in the second half of the fight and see if this younger, less experienced man might start to feel it slightly. Well, there's the cut, and as we were saying, it is on the corner there, so when the blood does start to come, and not too much did in that round actually. Just running clear of the eye.
Vamos a cambiar la estrategia entonces. Quiero que si te vas a cerrar, pero no ahí pasivo. Vas a cerrarte y de una vez vas a entrar con el recto al pecho, el por dentro, largo y derecha. Necesito que lo haga, necesito que lo haga para descifrar.
He did go 10 rounds in Australia in April against ZAPATA. 8 rounds in August against Elias Espadas. Vyshomov has been 6 a couple of times, but not beyond that. Just backed up to the ropes here, Gonzalez, as Vyshomov caught him with a heavy looking right hand. Gonzalez was just in a little bit of trouble there potentially, but managed to get himself off the ropes. Vyshomov hasn't really put a dent in him yet. There was that one incident in the previous round where he hit him with a right hand, and Gonzalez did just back off and tuck up for a few seconds, which made me think that that one probably did get through and draw some kind of reaction. But other than that, he's taken what Vyshomov has got to offer without too much trouble. Sometimes you can have situations where a fighter soaks it up until all of a sudden they don't. Good right hand there from Vyshomov. Gonzalez was trying to open out himself. Left a gap, a big gap. But I think there's a concerted effort here from Gonzalez just to try and up the tempo. Now we're in the second half. Just walk his man down, walk through him, try and walk through him. And see if maybe he does wilt. There's no real sign of it just yet, but that's what Gonzalez is trying to do. He's trying to get on top of him and manhandle him. He's trying to make this second half of the fight his. Good body work there from Gonzalez, got nice and tight.
Stop! 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 Listen to my comment. No speak, okay? Box. No low blow back. No low blow.
That's a nice combination from Vyshomov, left to the body, then a right hand into the jaw. Straight right hand from Vyshomov there again, but as previously stated, he wears another one there. He eats a right hand there. Gonzalez hit him straight in the mouth, but he is taking these.
Stop!
Надо двигаться.
corner, just trying to keep that circulation on point. There's that right hand, he got good power on that. Good rotation into it. Just measuring the right hand there, and then just sends it through.
Seconds out.
No low blow. Stop. Box.
So southpaw here for Vyzhamov, something he's very capable of doing. Just trying to give Gonzalez a slightly different look, see if it opens up some alternative angles.
Black, no holding, no holding. No push, gold. No low blow, gold. Black, gold. No low blow, okay?
Again, that's effective work to the body from Gonzalez. I say effective, it didn't seem to have too much effect, but they were well executed punches. Vyzhamov though comes straight back and picks 3-4 good, clean, solid shots of his own. But unless something quite dramatic happens here, or if Vyzhamov can up the pace, keep it really intense, and really just put those hands together for sustained periods, it's difficult to see him getting the stoppage, or rather it will be difficult, but maybe he's just beginning to unravel a little bit there, Gonzalez. Just as I say that, he just listed slightly as that right hand landed. His back was to us, so we couldn't really read anything into his expression. We couldn't see the look in his eyes into the final minute of round 6, but as I said earlier on, big right hand elbow from Gonzalez. That was a fantastic shot, and Vyzhamov is in trouble here. He's having to hold on, but he goes down to the knee, and what a turning point this could be. That was a massive right hand there from Gonzalez, and you could immediately see that Vyzhamov was in big trouble. He gets back to his feet, he's going to need to turn around and face a referee. 30 seconds remaining in the round. He needs to try and tie Gonzalez up here and just ride this out until the bell, because he was buzzed by that. He really was. And he needs to get through to the end of the round and give himself a chance to recover in the minute between rounds. Gonzalez has got the sniff of blood in his nostrils here, and it's not his own. Right hand into the body there from Gonzalez. Plants that jab again there, Vyzhamov, and wow, what drama at the end of the 6th. He was winning another round there, Vyzhamov, to go 6-0 up. But Gonzalez caught that right hand, and this is a little bit of a crisis in the corner now for Vyzhamov. They've got to try and bring him round, get him back in the room in the minute between rounds here, because you could see that he was badly stunned by that. He was buzzed, as we describe it in boxing. And there it goes, and you could see the reaction. The knees dipped, and he nearly went down from that original punch. The jaw just juddering. And it's that kind of rotation of the head that really causes the problem. He's got to go for it now, Gonzalez, because Vyzhamov will be at his most vulnerable early in the round. He cannot give him the chance to let those resistance levels build back up. He's got to get right on top of him. Doesn't mean he needs to be gung-ho and reckless. He's got to be switched on. He's got to think about this, because he knows that Vyzhamov can crack a bit himself. But the longer BIZHAMOV can stay away, the longer he gives those resistance levels of his own a chance to build back up again. Fighters can recover quickly, but he's badly hurt there. And Gonzalez has got to go after him, because it won't be enough for him to win these final 2 rounds. Well, in fact, with the knockdown, it could be enough to get him a draw, winning these final 2 rounds.
No holding gold.
But for that to be the case, he would need a share of one of the earlier ones, and just correct my own match as I go along here. But what he needs to do here, Gonzalez, is try and ram this advantage home. Left hand into the body there from Gonzalez. It was a decent shot. BIZHAMOV has got his legs back underneath him. He looks like he's recovered okay. And he's done a good job in the first half of this round of not allowing Gonzalez to get through. As more blood coming from the corner of that right eye, maybe from somewhere else as well now for Gonzalez. Is there another cut just on the bridge of the nose, on the inside of the bridge of the nose by the eye there for Gonzalez? He won't be remotely bothered if there is. He just left himself a bit open, BIZHAMOV, didn't he? And that right hand came in over the top. He didn't manage to pull the weight back. He was maybe just a little bit complacent. Gloves down. And he got thumped into the final minute of round 7. And whatever happens here with BIZHAMOV, if he manages to come through this, then this has been a really, really good learning fight for him, because it was all going his way, and all of a sudden he finds himself down and in the middle of a storm. Good right hand there from BIZHAMOV. It's a mask of blood now, that face of Gonzalez. There's definitely another cut in there around the left eye, maybe blood coming out of the end of the nose as well. And BIZHAMOV has responded really well in this 7th. You have to say that. He's recovered in between rounds, and that is a testament to his own conditioning. And he has put it on Gonzalez, particularly in the second half of this 7th round. Gonzalez came forward hoping that he would be able to build on that knockdown, and it just hasn't proven to be the case. Impressive stuff there from BIZHAMOV. But again, this is good matching, because he's going to learn more from this fight, BIZHAMOV, than he will have done from his previous 3 fights combined. 2 as a pro, 1 IBA pro. And there's that cut just above the bridge of the nose, between the eyebrows and the forehead there for Gonzalez. I think there might be another one on the inside of the left eye towards the nose.
La del golpe que te he pedido toda la noche. Necesito gol que lo tires, pero con poder, digo, por favor. No te desesperes.
That's good stuff from BIZHAMOV, good variety. Well, you can see that, I would say, right from the start of the round, but it didn't take long in the 7th round there for him to be completely back in the room, as you might describe it. He would have been disorientated by the punch that caused the knockdown, no question about that. You find yourself in that kind of fog, and you have to give that fog a chance to clear, and you do that by concentrating as hard as you can on not getting caught clean again. Because if you do, that fog can turn into a blackout. Just short with the right hand. This is the 8th and final round, and again, this is a fight that's really come to life from that 6th round onwards. It was pretty straightforward for BIZHAMOV up until that point. He'd been impressive. It had been a decent enough watch, but no real drama. And then we got our drama in the 6th.
Stop! Black, no push. No push. Black, no push, okay? Бокс. Стоп! Бокс.
Digging to the body with the right hand there, Gonzalez. Give him credit. In the second half of the fight, he did try and up the tempo, kept coming and coming and coming, keeping out faith that he would get to BIZHAMOV, and he did get to him, but unfortunately, he's not been able to build on it. And BIZHAMOV again just crashes a right hand into the side of the face of Gonzalev, who is bloody, but still unbowed in there. Right hand on the inside there from Gonzalez, left hand to the body from BIZHAMOV, and this has turned into a blood and thunder affair the last 3 rounds. Really has. The crowd have got into this now. Southpaw BIZHAMOV just trying to turn the screw here in the final minute. I think they feel that the stoppage could be there if he can really let those hands go, sustain the pressure. That he could possibly give the referee cause to jump in. Gonzalez needs the bell here now. And this has been an excellent response from BIZHAMOV after that knockdown. It really has. He'll have learned an awful lot from this. Final 10 seconds. Gonzalez just ditches one last right hand over the top, and then looks to get out of the way of the right hand from BIZHAMOV. There goes the bell. Well, that turned into a terrific fight towards the end there. Kind of a fight of 2 halves in a way, through 5 rounds. BIZHAMOV was 5 rounds up, then he got put down, he got caught clean, not put down immediately, but then with a follow-up put down in the 6th, towards the end of the 6th, and he was in trouble. One more clean shot in that 6th round in the 30 or so seconds that were still remaining, and that could have been it, but he got through it, recovered in between rounds, and then came back in really good fashion in the 7th and 8th. But that is a very, very valuable outing for BIZHAMOV, because I'd say he just switched off a little bit. He was letting his hands go, he was within range, his guard was down, a right hand came over the top. Gave that head a good shudder from side to side, the knees dipped, and as I said, he was taken to a place in his pro career that prior to tonight he had not had to visit before, but everybody has to go there. He was in that fog, but he managed to ride it out. The fog cleared, and he did some really good work in those final 2 rounds. That cut on the corner of the right eye was sustained quite early on, but thankfully was never really a problem. This really has been a thoroughly enjoyable card right from the start, and I think we're going to get, well, we are going to get our first gold corner win of the night after 3 wins from the away corner. But Gonzalez should be proud of what he brought to the ring tonight. In terms of technical boxing ability, there's a big gulf between these two, and that showed in the first 5 rounds, but he just hung in there. Increasingly in the second half, looked to try and walk BIZHAMOV down, walk through those punches to land his own. Got through with that one, and it nearly turned things on its head.
Вы просто обязаны поблагодарить этих 2 настоящих мужчин за потрясающий поединок, который они показали. Итак, дамы и господа, в этом кровавом и драматичном поединке, где мы увидели все, за что мы так любим бокс, единогласным решением судей победу одержал и стал обязательным претендентом на титул чемпиона мира по версии IBA в весовой категории 75 килограммов. Из России Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV.
An embrace between the two, quite a subdued, muted response there to having his hand raised from Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV, because he was given a rough ride tonight and he will know that. But as I've been saying, that is very, very valuable experience for him. Nobody wants to get clipped like that and put down. But what he knows now is that he's got the wherewithal to survive that kind of experience, and it will stand him in good stead.
Дамы и господа, Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV, который только что одержал очень важную и красивую победу. Ну, Dzhambulat, первый вопрос напрашивается сам собой. 6-й раунд. Мы еще не отошли от этого. Ваши эмоции, ваши ощущения именно в тот момент.
Всех приветствую в первую очередь. Поздравляю за поздравление. Очень хороший соперник, благодарю его за этот бой. Побывал в нокдауне даже, так что это хороший опыт для меня.
Ну что ж, вы сейчас прямо столкнулись с тем, что такое профессиональный бокс. И по коротким следам такая оценка, выжимка. В чем разница между любителями и профессионалами?
Как я неоднократно говорил, профессиональный бокс – это нечто другое. И я очень рад выступать именно по профессионалам. Спасибо публике за такую поддержку. Всех благодарю.
Дамы и господа, Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV, претендент на титул чемпиона мира IBA.
Well, just some highlights of that contest we've just seen.
Дамы и
And
господа, прошу приветствовать.
as we know, it was, in the end, a very, very interesting one. BIZHAMOV was putting on a little bit of a clinic up until the 6th round, when that happened. He did well to stay up from that original shot, actually. Not too long after that, though, he did end up going down and had 30 seconds more to survive at the end of the round. But he did that, recouped in a minute between rounds, and then rallied really, really well in the 7th and 8th. It was impressive the way that he came back. But as I said, he was a little bit muted at the end there, and you can understand why, because he's probably still feeling that right hand. So next up, we have got 8 rounds for the IBA European
Дамы и
welterweight
господа, нас
title.
ожидают два главных события вечера, которые в прямом эфире покажет телеканал Матч ТВ. Прямой эфир начнется буквально через несколько минут.
Next up, as I mentioned, 8 rounds for the IBA European welterweight title. Vakhid Abbasov up against Michael King. We'll just have a little bit of a break before that fight gets into the ring. About 10 minutes. That will be with us on the hour.
Дамы и господа, добрый вечер! Из Ледового дворца имени Владимира Высоцкого в Самаре в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ грандиозное боксерское шоу «Олимбет. Ночь чемпионов IBA». Нас ожидают два главных события вечера. Бой за титул чемпиона Европы IBA Vakhid Abbasov против Майкла Кинга, а также битва за звание чемпиона мира IBA Khariton Agrba против Габриэля Росы. Турнир представляют Международная боксерская ассоциация IBA, президент IBA Умар Назарович Кремлев, генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутерская компания Iron and Gloves Promotions при поддержке Федерации бокса России и масштабном участии правительства Самарской области, а также государственного автономного учреждения «Самара-Арена». Мы благодарим за помощь в организации турнира губернатора Самарской области Вячеслава Андреевича Федорищева, Самарскую областную федерацию бокса, а также председателя наблюдательного совета Александра Борисовича Фетисова и председателя правления Сергея Александровича Карева за развитие бокса в регионе. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю вашему вниманию соглавное событие вечера. 8-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона Европы IBA в весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Рефери поединка Валерий Пастухов, Молдова. А сейчас, дамы и господа, прошу приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга претендент из Люксембурга Майкл Keiber.
It's been a terrific night of action so far, and I think this could be a very interesting fight as well. This is Michael King. I've seen him box once. That was in September last year. He was up against a 3-0 fighter, stopped him in the second round. He's 6-2, and his backstory is absolutely remarkable. Now boxing out of Luxembourg, originally from Kinshasa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, endured domestic violence as a young child at the hands of an abusive father. His family then made the decision to move to the UK. Everybody was granted visas apart from Michael. He was left behind to fend for himself, to live on the streets. Eventually made the move to the UK in 2014. But things didn't really get too much better for him. He saw an advert for the fight between Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor and decided to try boxing, at which point he was thrown out of home and he was back on the street, this time in very unfamiliar surroundings. He did turn pro, but lost his first couple of fights. He was boxing out of the away corner, he had no backing and seemingly was going absolutely nowhere. But since then he's managed to win 6 in a row. That's how Siesta would picture that with him, who he met along the way and who was instrumental in turning those fortunes around, as was Peter Fury, a top trainer who looked after him for a couple of fights, and he hasn't really looked back since then. He's got the aura of a man for whom boxing is no particularly big deal, given the things that he's been through.
Его соперник, представляющий Тольятти, Россия, Vakhid Abbasov!
But Vakhid Abbasov won't care about any of that. That is not his concern. That is not his business. Abbasov is a very, very good operator. A 2024 Paris Olympian, a European amateur champion, boxing for Serbia. He's 7-0 as a pro. His last fight was a convincing win against former unified super lightweight champion Julius Ndongo. And this is for the IBA European welterweight title, scheduled for 8 rounds. And like all the other fights we've seen so far tonight, I think this is going to be very interesting. King is here to take this title, make no mistake about that. Abbasov boxing on home turf. He is Russian born. He qualified to box for Serbia just before those World Championships, I think in 2021, but he is the home fighter 100%. And the expectation here is that he will get the victory.
Итак, дамы и господа, это соглавное событие вечера. 8-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона Европы IBA в весовой категории 67 килограммов. Представляю участников этого боя и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 26 лет, его рост 176 сантиметров, официальный вес 67 килограммов и 550 граммов. Его рекорд насчитывает 8 боев, 6 побед при 2 поражениях, 4 яркие победы нокаутом. Он представляет Люксембург и носит прозвище «Ваше Высочество». Дамы и господа, вот он, Майкл Ки! Его сопернику в золотом углу ринга 27 лет. Его рост 174 сантиметра, вес 67 килограммов и 850 граммов. Мастер спорта международного класса, чемпион России, чемпион Европы, финалист Европейских игр, участник Олимпийских игр в Париже, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 7 боев, 7 побед, 3 из них нокаутом, представляющий Тольятти, Россия, Vakhid Abbasov!
Gentlemen, adapt, no holding, no low blow. Listen to me comments. Shake hand. Good luck.
So here we go, they're scheduled for 8 or fewer. There's the tail of the tape, nothing between them in terms of age, in terms of height. So there goes the bell. Abbasov in the white, King in the black. Abbasov set up in that southpaw stance. King orthodox. Looking for the jab there, Abbasov. Physically, it's the Russian who looks the more imposing of the two. That was a good jab there from Abbasov. When you look at him, he's got that nice wide stance, as has King most of the time. Abbasov with the weight just slightly on that front foot. And look to really snap out that jab. King has got to find a way past that. Decent jab there from King. Lead right hand into the body there from Abbasov was greeted with approval at ringside. King just trying to hem Abbasov in on the ropes there. Couldn't quite manage to do it. Abbasov, as he was turning around his front foot, tripped over the front foot there of King, I think. King just nice and close there. That's where he needs to be. Left hand into the body there from Abbasov. The referee felt that was a little bit low. I didn't get a great look at it. Right hand lead there from King was a decent shot, but the jab came back from Abbasov there. The left hand came back originally. King managed to pull back off it, but then got caught by the jab, a really sharp, stinging jab. And good footwork again there from Abbasov, just stepped off to his right hand side as King came in and cuffed him with the right hand as he was coming through. One-two was solid from Abbasov, but taken on the gloves by King. Closing stages of round one. It's been an Abbasov round, looking for that 1-2 again. There's that jab. Comes up from low. Starts around the waist, a little bit lower than that sometimes. Shoots up the middle, and as I was saying earlier on in the night, it appears late on the radar because it only appears on that peripheral vision, or bursts into that peripheral vision when the punch is all but completed. That makes it tricky. Good strong right hand there from King. Early on in round two, just stepped into that one. Again, it was a kind of right hand lead. Abbasov didn't seem to really see it, and King, I think, will take some encouragement from that. Heads almost coming together there as they both just closed in at the same time. Again, he leads off with that right hand, King. He steps in behind it. The right foot comes forward. And it's almost like he's ending up stepping into a southpaw jab. The right foot comes round, and then he can throw what would essentially be a left hook off the back of that. It's quite unorthodox. You see some fighters do it. Sergey Kovalev kind of used to do that. It's good work from Abbasov, just slipped under the shoulder there of King. He will make him look slightly clumsy at times, but King just has to stick to the method here. He has managed to land a couple in this second round. He did do in the first round. He lost that first round. Abbasov is the sharper fighter, the greater hand speed, the better reflexes. uses that right hand. He'll back his hand speed all of the time. He was slightly ponderous with his right hand lead that time, King, and the right hand from Abbasov just shot straight back over the top. Deep into the final minute of round 2, and again Abbasov is winning this round, but King is getting closer, I would say. Does turn southpaw this time, King. Back into orthodox, but the way he punches, as I said, that right hand out of the orthodox stance almost looks like a southpaw jab. Is interesting the way he does it. Abbasov just leaning and grabbing hold towards the end of the round.
Listen, if you let hand be in, you will be more late. Okay. Your left leg has to be offside, and you need to press, you need to work it. Now you have to work these two rounds. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Давай. Come here. Yeah. Listen. More effective, more pressure. Body, like left hand go, left leg go outside. Up into good. And continue. More pressure. Let's go, boy, you can do this.
Gennady Gordienko in the corner of Michael King, 2 rounds in. This scheduled for 8. The IBA European welterweight title on the line here.
Hands up, chin down, and keep going.
King just trying to time Abbasov as he came in there, wasn't too far away from achieving it, and then just got a hold of him and tried to manhandle him a bit. It's maybe not a bad plan for him. He is a rugged, physical kind of fighter. Abbasov is a strong-looking campaigner himself. You look at the back on him, he's definitely got some physical strength, but I think it will suit King if it does get a bit rough and a bit ugly. There's that swatting right hand from Abbasov, then throws a left hand into the body, then gets hold of Michael King. He qualified for those Paris Olympics. Abbasov had a close fight with Great Britain's Lewis Richardson in his opening fight in the prelims, and went out to Richardson, who went on to win a bronze medal.
Step back.
Good left hand there from Abbasov. King just caught standing slightly tall. Abbasov is again picking the better punches in this 3rd round, but King is having some success. It's just difficult for the away fighter to really get a hold of Abbasov and manoeuvring into the positions that he really wants him in. That's more like it for him. A left hand into the body, but Abbasov is slippery. Looking to try and whack to the body on the inside there, Abbasov. He's got a bit messy. in the third round here. Neither fighter's really managed to find their range. Abbasov is capable of keeping this on the outside, of keeping it longer, but he shut down his own space slightly in that third round. He wasn't able to get too much away either.
Повтори, дублируй, второй атака. Один-два ударил и остановился, ничего не делаешь, блядь. Передней ручкой, когда ты бьешь его, налегко, быстро поработай, вот раз, два, три, вот таких темповых. Поиграй сейчас, вот этот раунд, четвертый раунд. Поиграй, шелка, раз, два, три. Попал, вот там подхватывай, попробуй вот так. Хорошо. Играй сейчас на ногах, шелка. После провала подбирай, пожалуйста.
Четвертый раунд.
Good stiff jab there from Abbasov. You could just see King trying to keep those feet on the move, trying to slide in, just get into range, creep in. And as he was coming, Abbasov just speared him with a good jab. King's looking to be more aggressive at the start of round 4. I think he knows that he needs to get on the board here. I've got Abbasov 3 rounds up through those first 3. King's not going to outbox Abbasov. He just has to try and just raise that tempo to keep the heat high and really get on top of him. Pushed Abbasov back to the ropes there and got home with a right hand. And Abbasov can stay there long. There's that right hand lead again from King. It's kind of amazing how often that gets through. It's the kind of punch you're not often expecting, even if you've seen the fighter throw it a number of times. It's just not something that's really built into that muscle memory, if you like, to expect that to come in your direction.
Stop.
It's a final 30 seconds of round 4, not too far away from the halfway mark. Again, it's been quite messy this 4th round, and King is looking to try and roll in on Abbasov and put him under as much pressure as he can. Has some decent success on the inside there as he planted his feet and sunk a right and a left hand into the body. And this is probably King's best round, but I don't know if necessarily he's done enough to win it, although he's finishing strong again there. Abbasov just whips one into the pit of his stomach. It's a rugged physical fight this now, which is what King will want. That's not to say that Abbasov isn't capable of having one of them, but stylistically he has got the more tools in his armoury, you would say.
Don't be late. Everything good. Keep your chin down. Everything good. Keep your leg.
Good to see him throw that jab or Abbasov. You look how long and lean he is and kind of angular he is. He's got long arms. The King corner just telling him to keep that pressure up as much as he possibly can, and they're absolutely right. That's what he needs to do. He's got to try and just bring it to Abbasov in as effective a manner as possible. The aggression is always there with King. You have to try and make it effective aggression. That's the key. You do get judges around the world who will just give fighters rounds for coming forward, but you should always be looking for more than that. It's about who rounds what. That's what judging boxing is about. There's a nice right hook on the move there from Abbasov. It causes King to touch down, and that was a smart piece of work. He stepped off to the right as King came in, cuffed him with the right. I don't think it was a really heavy shot, but it was enough to take him off balance. He touched down and therefore was correctly called as a knockdown. And that's the difficulty that King has got. He's elusive. Abbasov. But he's also looking to make you miss and make you pay, and that's exactly what he did there. Really waded into a left hand there, King, but Abbasov managed to avoid it. Again, he throws a similar kind of shot there, Abbasov, but wasn't able to take the step to the right that time. King gets in tight and just looks to really plant his feet and smash away to the body. And he's bringing some good pressure here, King, but with the knockdown, he's going to lose this round 10-8 unless he can level the score and knock Abbasov down in what remains of this round, because in pro boxing, realistically, if you get knocked down, to even turn that from a 10-8 into a 10-9, you have to dominate the rest of the round to an alarming extent. It's the final 30 seconds of round 5. Abbasov looking for that clubbing right hand again. I think the King corner team, King feel that Abbasov is indulging in a little bit too much holding here, and I think at times they may have a point. He's clever, Abbasov, because he knows that King wants to have it up close, and when he does get in close, he is looking to wrap him up on occasion. The King's having a good finish to the round here. Outside of the knockdown, he's actually had a pretty good round here. But as I said, when you get put on the canvas in pro boxing, it is a major event, and not one that exists in isolation to the rest of the round. It's not like a point deduction where literally time is taken out of the round, the point is taken, then time is put back in. So that is something that happens independently of the rest of the round. A knockdown does have a bearing on the rest of the round. If you like, you get a bonus point for it, but it then also counts in the context of scoring the round. And there it is, as he came in with the left hand. He did get cuffed. I think that's how you would describe it. It wasn't a really clean shot. That's where he's been able to do some good work, King. As I say, that was a good round for him, I felt. His best round of the fight, but with a knockdown, he's not going to get any real reward. King again, just onto the front foot. He's got some wind in his sails here. Good right hand there from King. Damage that right eye there of Abbasov. And Abbasov at the start of round 6 just seems like he might be in a little bit of trouble here. King just setting his feet and letting him have it to the body. This is a really good start to round 6 from Michael King. He's well behind on the cards here. He needs something major in these last 3 rounds, and the referee talking to Abbasov about trapping the arm of King. He needs to use that jab, Abbasov. King is going to roll in on him. He needs to use that jab, try and offset him as he comes forward. But these are good signs for King. This is turning into the kind of fight that he would want. It turned that way in that previous round, so the second half, it looks like it could belong to him. There's that bit of swelling underneath the right eye there of Abbasov. Just a little mouse is sprouted on that cheekbone. Good right hand again there from King. Abbasov snaps into a 1-2, but King with a good left hand to the body. That was a solid shot, and I just wondered whether Abbasov was going to go down there, and King was pushing down on him, and that's why the knees did dip, but that was a really good left into the body. That knockdown, that kind of flash knockdown almost for King in round 5, that could prove to be extremely important, because outside of that, if that hadn't have happened, which is a bit of a ridiculous if, I understand that, but he won the rest of that round. He wasn't hurt, it was just a well-timed, if not completely clean punch that put him off balance and caused him to touch down with the glove. That turned what might have been a 10-9 for him into a 10-8 the other way around, because he's winning this round, Michael King. Abbasov is going to have to dig in a bit here in the remaining 2 rounds. But again, it's a good fight, this. The matching tonight has been absolutely on point. Good left hand from Abbasov. He's shot that up from low. Final few seconds of round number 6. There's that right hand lead. That's befuddled Abbasov all night, really. There was that left hand into the body. That was a real good shot, and I think that may have hurt Abbasov, who was possibly a little bit crafty there, because the knees dipped and then he grabbed hold, and then when he did go down, the referee decided it was because King was pushing him down, which he may well have been to an extent. 2 rounds to go here, and Abbasov on the cards is well in front. So King has really got to get to work in these last 2 rounds, but signs in that previous round that maybe he can make some inroads. Good single left hand there from Abbasov. Right hand lead for King that time, missed for once. He just keeps coming, Michael King. He's not giving Abbasov a moment's peace, and Abbasov needs to use that good technique of his. As I said earlier on, he needs to use that jab more. In the early stages of the fight, he did, and it's a real weapon because he's got the reach, he's got some real snap with it, but when he does this, just tucks up, gets that guard up and allows King to come in on him, this is where he has problems, because that is exactly where King wants to fight. Ditches in the 1-2 there, Abbasov, but again, he's just in retreat mode here. The left to the body was a good shot again there from King, but this is exactly what King wants him to do. Good left hand there from King as he backs him up to the ropes. Abbasov, I think, has felt some punches this last round or so, and this is why he's looking to tuck up, but I think it could have been a body shot earlier in the round maybe. Good left hand there though from Abbasov. This is, again, just turning into an absolute war in the second half of this fight. He had a healthy lead at halfway, Abbasov, and then he had that 10-8 round in round 5. But the second half of the fight, King has really brought the heat. Final minute of round 8, and he's just got to try and ramp it up as much as he can here, the visiting fighter. This for the IBA European welterweight title, remember. Into the final 30 seconds of round 7. One more to go after this.
About 20 seconds, mate.
King again just sets his feet and looks to fling in some solid shots into the body. There goes the bell. So 1 to go. After this, we have got the IBA world title at 67 kilos on the line between Khariton, Agrba, Gabriel, Anton, Rosa.
Три удара надо, третий раунд, последний заключительный раунд. Ты вообще не работаешь. Напей вот. Крайний раунд. Соберись, блин. 3 удара, 4 удара, блин. На скорость. Нанес атаку, ушел. Нанес удар. Не вкладывай. Последние 3 минуты осталось.
So final round of what has been another thoroughly entertaining fight. Vakhid Abbasov in the white, Michael King in the black. Abbasov had the better of the first half of the fight. Got the knockdown in the 5th as well, which would have seen him win that one 10-8, but the rest of the 5th was King's. The 6th to 7th round, they've been King's as well, and he started the 8th in good fashion here too. And it's one of those fights where King would love it if this was scheduled for another 2, if this was over 10 rather than 8, whereas Abbasov will be, I think, pretty happy that this one comes to an end at the conclusion of this 3 minutes. Good jab to the body there from Abbasov. He would have been well advised to have used that more, particularly in the second half of the fight. King comes in quite square, just pump that jab into the chest, knock him back on to his heels, make him reset, start again. Midway through round 8. King just sets his feet, works to the body. Left into the body there from King. Abbasov comes back with a good strong left hand himself. And then a right, and then looks to lean in and grab hold a little bit. Final minute of round 8 now. And the crowd is getting behind Abbasov. I think they know that he's really having to tough this out the final few rounds here. 7-0 as a pro prior to tonight. Vakhid Abbasov. It's been a slow burn of a career. He made his pro debut in 2018, and this has been the sternest test that he's had in his career so far, just like it was for Dzhambulat BIZHAMOV earlier on against Keiber GONZALEZ. King looking to finish strong. hand there from King was solid. A good right hand as well, just caught Abbasov high on the head. Just a few seconds remaining now. King is finishing strong. Abbasov ends up on his knees. It wasn't a knockdown. There goes the bell. A touch of gloves between the two, and again, that was a thoroughly entertaining scrap from the beginning through to the end. It warmed up as it went along. The first half of the fight, he built up a decent lead. Abbasov, and that fifth round, I think the knockdown in that fifth round is going to prove to be absolutely crucial, the way that I've seen this, because that will translate into a 10-8 round, almost certainly, the way that pro boxing is scored. But outside of that major event in the round, of course, the knockdown, which was a flash knockdown, King had the better of that round, and certainly did in the 6th, 7th and the 8th, so he'll have won 3 out of the 8 rounds there, but it's not going to be enough. But I think in a lot of ways that knockdown in round 5 is going to prove the difference between the two. A good fight, really good fight. The judges did find a round in there, a couple of rounds in there in the early stages, in those early rounds for King, then he could come out on the right side of this, but I don't see that myself. I think Abbasov boxed effectively in the first half. When I saw him box last year, was boxing under Michael Lakalu, as I say, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, now boxing out of Luxembourg, was based in Southampton.
Легенды советского и российского бокса, двукратный олимпийский чемпион Заитсев и многократный чемпион мира и Европы Василий Александрович Шишов. Итак, дамы и господа, в этом ярком и динамичном поединке раздельным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал чемпионом Европы IBA весовой категории 67 килограммов боксер из черного угла Michael King.
And Michael King gets it. He sinks to his knees there, Michael King, and he is the new IBA European champion at 67 kilos. I thought that Abbasov might well have done enough in the first half of that fight to get this, but from halfway onwards, it was King's fight. The knockdown in that 5th looked to me to be a key moment, but it's King who has got the decision. And as I was saying at the conclusion of the fight, it was a fight of two halves. Abbasov had the better of the first half. King dominated in the second half. He poured the pressure on towards the end, and away from home, he has got the decision. It's another away win. And what has been a pretty amazing night, to be honest with you, in Samara.
Дамы и господа, ну а мы продолжаем приветствовать почетных гостей, которые находятся в нашем зале. Прошу, приветствуйте призер чемпионата мира, призер Олимпийских игр, заслуженный мастер спорта Камиль Джамалутдинов. Также с нами сегодня пятикратный чемпион России, двукратный чемпион Европы, двукратный чемпион мира, бронзовый и серебряный призер Олимпийских игр, заслуженный мастер спорта Раймкуль Малахбеков. Дамы и господа, из Самары в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ, Олимбет, Ночь чемпионов IBA. Международная боксерская ассоциация, президент IBA Умар Назарович Кремлев, генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутерская компания Iron and Gloves Promotions при масштабной поддержке губернатора Самарской области, правительства Самарской области и Федерации бокса Самарской области представляют вашему вниманию главный бой вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона мира IBA в весовой категории до 67 килограммов, а также за статус официального претендента на титул чемпиона мира по версии WBA. И первым в черный угол ринга добро пожаловать боксеры из Аргентины Сансон Роса.
So this is 10 rounds for the IBA world title at 67 kilos and the WBA eliminator. This is Gabriel Rosa, known as Sanson Rosa, 27-0 from La Rioja in Argentina. This is his first fight outside of his home country. He holds the WBC Latino super lightweight title. He's made 10 defenses of that belt. The national champion of welterweights, so able to move between those two weights. In his last fight in August, he stopped Giovanni Straffon in the 5th round. It looked to me like he broken Straffon's jaw, and Straffon stopped on his feet, indicated to the referee that there was something wrong and didn't really want to continue. Straffon, I remember seeing knockout James Tennyson, a really good fighter, in the first round during the COVID show a few years ago. He's won that WBC Latino at welterweight too, so he is an accomplished fighter, Rosa. You'll see what I mean when he gets going. He's long, he's loose. Southpaw style, he can crack a bit as well.
Сейчас приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга в сопровождении абхазского ансамбля из России Khariton Agrba.
Khariton Agrba making his way to the ring. The home fighter, 29 years old, 14-0. As an amateur, won a silver medal at the European Games back in 2019. He's had 3 IBA pro fights prior to tonight. And he moved quick. He went straight into a 6-rounder, an 8-rounder in his second fight, and then progressed to 10 rounds in his 3rd fight. He's been scheduled for 10 in 11 of these 14 outings. and you stop people at various intervals during the course of the 10 rounds. There's been the distance a few times too, so plenty of experience. In his last fight in early September in Chelyabinsk, went down the stretch over 10 to win the IBF Intercontinental title. And again, I make this a good match. Rosa is travelling with real confidence here. And it has been quite the away night so far.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона мира IBA. Также на кону в этом бою статус официального претендента на титул чемпиона мира по версии WBA. Дамы и господа, сейчас прошу приветствуйте официальный гимн Международной боксерской ассоциации. Дамы и господа, для участников титульного поединка звучат национальные гимны их стран. И первым звучит государственный гимн Аргентины. Звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Дамы и господа, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Супервайзер WBA мистер Карлос Чавес, Венесуэла. Судьи в рингсайде. Промазе Чакшуракша, Чалерм Праяцап, оба Таиланд. А также Дмитрий Болдырев, Россия. Рефери в ринге Йорк Милке, Германия. Дамы и господа, представляю участников главного боя вечера и первого боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 24 года, его рост 177 сантиметров, на весах он показал 63,5 килограмма. Он представляет Ла Риоха, Аргентина. Его безупречный рекорд впечатляет. 27 боев, 27 побед, 20 побед нокаутом. Действующий чемпион WBC Латино, чемпион WBA Феделатин в первом среднем весе, не знающий поражений, Габриэль Сансон Роса! Боксеру в золотом углу ринга 29 лет. Его рост 176 сантиметров, а вес также 63,5 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса. Двукратный финалист чемпионатов России, серебряный призер европейских игр, не знающий поражений профессионал с рекордом 14 боев, 14 побед, 9 из них нокаутом. Чемпион WBA Continental, чемпион IBF Intercontinental из Волгодонска, ныне представляющий Санкт-Петербург, Khariton Agrba!
Gentlemen, for me my commands, clean boxing, touch gloves in the corner.
You ready? You ready? Dima, you ready?
So 10 rounds for the IBA.
You ready for boxing?
World 67 kilo title, WBA eliminator as well. The younger man is Rosa by 5 years. Both of these two southpaws, Rosa in the white, Agrba in the black, white and blue. And immediately he's looking to let that 1-2 go, Rosa, and that's what he'll look to get on nice and quick. He's got a long reach. Look at that wide back, those big shoulders on him. He's got some power. Agrba has got his work cut out here. As every single fighter has had so far tonight, it's been a brilliant night, really has. Every fight has been super competitive. Agrba just trying to look for the jab. There's an indication of that reach that he's got, Rosa. Really looks a full extension when he pulls in that 1-2. Agrba just trying to work in that tight circle around his opponent, turning around that front foot. He has different attributes.
Stop! 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 No holding, okay? Box!
Nice snappy jab there from Agrba. Rosa's just holding the centre. Agrba at the minute is working around him, looking to ditch in that left hand and then again get on the move. He keeps it tight, Agrba. Use of the jab. He'll feel that he needs to keep Rosa turning and moving. He won't want him to have the opportunity to set his feet. Some neat work from Agrba. There's that long 1-2. He's always looking to let that one go. It's like It's like a slingshot almost, the way that it just snaps out and really travels. Good uppercut there from Agrba, nice combination, finished on the uppercut. Been a good opening round this. Agrba's been busy, he's thrown plenty. He's having to work hard here from early. Nice right into the body there from Rosa. Saw the tattoo on the back there of Rosa, Samson, that's what his dad called him. That was the name he gave to him, a kind of nickname. His dad boxed for the Dominican Republic actually when he was a younger man, and it was him who got him into boxing from a young age. Argentinian corner like that from Rosa. I'm not sure how clean it landed. I'd like to see him start to use that jab. He's got to try and just slow Agrba down a little bit. He's going to move around him, move right, move left, mix it up, make sure he's not becoming easy to read or becoming predictable, but this is what we're going to see, I think. Rosa basically with the centre of the ring, Agrba looking to evolve around him, step in, get a combination away, step back out again, just as he did there. And Rosa needs to try and just put the brakes on him, and you do that by landing. It doesn't have to be absolutely clean all the time, but use that jab, hit him somewhere. The referee just talking to him about shouting to Agrba.
No talking.
And your milker again just not having any of the chat, and referees will vary on that score. Some don't really care, others take exception to it. That's good use of the jab there from Agrba. He doesn't want to be looking for big singles, Rosa, because it's going to be difficult to catch Agrba with one of them, but use that jab, land it on him somewhere. Good right hand to the body there from Agrba. That was a really decent shot. He's very disciplined so far, Agrba. Again, there you see through the left hand, it just about got there, and then he just rolled off to his left hand side. Every time he throws, he moves off his punches. He cannot stand and admire his work at any point. That's exactly what Rosa will want him to do. The Argentinian would like Agrba to cooperate here, plant his feet and swing it out, but he's not of a mind to fall in with those wishes, and for that reason Rosa has got to make him. Good combination again there from Agrba. Dips the knees, moves off to his left.
La tapita abajo. Dame potente, pa. Dame potente. espérate, viejo. Tiro, pego fuerte. Respira. Respira bien. Respira, escúchame. Sí.
There's that left hand on the inside from Agrba. Really good shot. Just as Rosa was opening out himself. Good start from Agrba. He's 2 rounds up, but a long way to go.
No, para. Dale. No.
Round 3.
Time in. Box.
Into the third. There's that snappy 1-2, but Agrba managed to avoid it. And then as he span off, landed the left hand. He's very well organised, the fighter from Volgodonsk.
My commando, stop. Stop, commando, stop, okay? Clean box. Box!
Just looking to set his feet a little bit more there, Agrba. And put more on the punches. He doesn't really need to do that. What he's doing so far is working nicely. The phrase you hear in boxing sometimes from corners is, don't get greedy. So far, moving around the target, moving clockwise, counterclockwise in that quite tight circle around Rosa. He's not really skirting the ropes. It's paying dividends for him, but this round he's just holding his feet a bit more, and it's not that he isn't having success. He rattled off a good combination there, but Rosa will like this. The more Agrba digs those toes in and sets his feet and for that split second longer is in front of him, the better it is for him. Counter left hand there from Rosa, wasn't far away. Into the final minute of round 3.
Stop! Box! Рядом! Левой боку! Да! Хорошо! Вот так! Здорово!
Empezar con el cross. 6-3.
Good left hand into the body there from Agrba. Again, up close on the inside, that kind of range is more Agrba's. It's difficult for Rosa to use those longer levers at that kind of distance, but all the same, I don't think he'll mind one bit that his opponent looks like he's happy to make a real fight of this. He's had another good round there, Agrba, but if I'm in the Rosa corner, I'm slightly encouraged by that, to be honest, because if he's going to look to fight that kind of fight, then maybe he's better at it that way than Rosa. Maybe he could do it any which way and be better at it than Rosa, but that is the kind of fight that Rosa will want.
Понятно, да? Делаю. Не залезай к нему в среднюю дистанцию, не залезай. Слышишь, да? Спокойней. Много скачешь, спокойней, скользи. Да. Острей на ногах, думай. Да, не заводись. Мы его вызываем на себя. Мы, понятно, да? Таскаем, вызываем его на себя. Из этого срабатываем. Смещаюсь все время влево. Лоточек. Молодец. 10 секунд, капа.
Четвертый раунд. Раунд 4.
Бокс.
Saca, todo el punto. Velocidad, va. Primero,
Into the fourth, scheduled for 10. Right hand down from Rosa was decent. Rosa just getting closer at the start of round 4.
No punch.
Good use of the jab there from Rosa. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Just thumped him in the chest with the jab a couple of times in a row. And that will slow his man down. 100% it will. That's a solid left hand from Agrba. Nice uppercut on the inside too. Rosa hasn't really blinked when it comes to the punches he's taken. Looking for the right hand into the body there, Agrba. I think he just about managed to drop the elbow on it, Rosa. And again, he's working really hard here, Agrba. I think this could get really interesting in the second half. Maybe he's able to do this for 10 rounds, Khariton. Agrba, keep this work rate high. It's possible, but if he does start to slow down, because he's put a lot into these opening 4 rounds so far, I would say. Right hand there from Rosa, just catches up with him. Nice left hand on the inside, and again, Agrba has been the busier of the two in this round. He's probably picked the better punches, and he's probably won this round as well, but all the time, Rosa is getting closer. Right hand into the body there from Rosa. And there's 6 rounds to go after this. He does need to get one on the board, though, I would say, the Argentinian. I don't think he has as yet. But again, he just leaves the exit down the ropes there, Rosa, and then stepped across and closed that door and just banged to the body 2-3 times. Nice 1-2 there from Agrba. And again, and the crowd responding to it.
10 seconds. Stop! No pressing, no holding. Clean.
Bit of blood coming out at the end of the nose there of Rosa.
Echale vaselina. Y acá, respira. Echale donde yo te digo, va, ¿todo okay? Good. Está bien, la variedad, gol, Давай контрудар один и выход, резкий выход.
Clean.
Into the 5th. Good short left hand there from Agrba to start things off in round 5. He needs to be first more, Rosa. He's been a bit reactive in this fight. He needs to be first more often. Try and bring that pressure to Agrba. Goes against his natural style. He is more of a counter puncher, but he needs to reach that tipping point where the feet of Agrba become a bit slower, a bit heavier. He needs to reach that point in the round a bit quicker and try and make him work even harder than he is. He's been working hard in this fight, as I've mentioned a couple of times. And although he's going to be up at halfway here, Agrba, it's not like he's been able to win these rounds without taking anything out of the tank, but Rosa's got to really push it. There's that jab again. He just caught into the chest there from Rosa. Looking for the jab there. Agrba pops off the 1-2. The left hand ricocheted through. He's been nice and compact, good and neat in this round, Agrba. He hasn't held his feet in quite the same way as he did in that fourth round. He's boxed more like he did in the opening couple of rounds, where he's kept on the move, sometimes clockwise, sometimes anti-clockwise. He's not really looked to trade with Rosa as much. And I think the corner may have had a word with him and said, listen, if you do that, you bring him into the fight, and there's just no need. And that would have been the right advice. Referee just pulling that belt line up there so it sits on top of the protector. There goes the bell at the end of round 5, and that was a good round there from Agrba, because he'd begun to get sucked into the wrong kind of fight, and I felt in rounds 3 and 4 that Rosa would have gone back to the stool and been, rounds 4 and 5 rather, that we would have gone back to the stool quite encouraged. Agrba boxed in that round, we just seemed like he did in the opening 2 rounds. Good movement. There you go, 1-2 and then out.
Дыши. Думай, нужны повторы, да? Выборочно повтор вставляет. Okay?
Round 6.
Good start to the round there from Agrba. Has stepped in. 3-punch combination, landed all 3 of them. Very, very crisp. Strong left hand from Agrba there as well. Into the second half, and what he can't do, Rosa, is start to feel sorry for himself. He's been told off by the referee a few times. This isn't going his way. There were signs, as I said, that Agrba might be about to start to cooperate a little bit and fight the kind of fight that the Argentinian wanted, and then he nipped that in the bud in that previous round. But he's got to stick to it here, Rosa, but he's got to throw that jab more. When he's had success, it's been because he's managed to land on Agrba. Doesn't have to be pretty, just make contact, and this is more like it for him. In terms of the range and the fact that they're both engaging, but Agrba again is able to use those feet well enough. Being made to miss is frustrating and tiring, because he does put quite a lot on his shots, Rosa, when he lets that left hand go particularly. Good uppercut on the inside there from Agrba. Throws another one and immediately turns around that front foot. Good combination again from the rushing right hand into the body, then went up top. And the corner know that Rosa is dangerous. They've watched plenty of him. There's plenty of him to watch. 20 knockouts in 27 fights. Good uppercut there from Agrba. Lovely shot on the inside. Just snapped back the head of Rosa. And the longer this goes on, the more Rosa might become a little bit desperate. Try and force things, get a little bit tighter, look even more for that single shot, and that combination of things will make it less likely to come. You've got to try and stay fluid, try and stay relaxed. Good work again there from Agrba, the combination, and then just moves around that front foot.
10 seconds.
Lo está cortando abajo, sí, laburando abajo. Conchame, ¿dónde golpea el cuerpo? Para hacer un chango. Respira por una.
Again, good work in that round from Agrba. Sticking to the plan here. As I've been saying, for a round or so in there, he threatened to get greedy, but not the last couple of rounds, and Rosa is finding this hard. I can't give him anything on the scorecard so far. We've got 4 rounds to go, 6 already in the books. He's got plenty to say, he's certainly confident. That's what you want from a visiting fighter. He's bringing an unbeaten record. He's used to winning. He expects to win. That's a decent start from him there. Steps in and lands the combination to the body. He's got to try and build on that. Get those feet a bit closer. The referee again just talking to him about chatting to his opponent. Your Milker is clearly one of those refs who has a problem with that. Most pro refs you see don't really care particularly. It's an individual thing. It comes under the code of sportsmanship banner, I guess. And it is up to the individual refs to decide what they will and won't entertain in that regard. It's the same when it comes to fighters showboating or taunting their opponents. Some referees will let it go because there's no real rule against showing off. Others will have a word. Good jab there from Agrba. What he's done really well is he's been very accurate. And Rosa at times is just a little bit reluctant maybe to let his hands go. He's following him around, and there you go. Right hand landed, steps off, left uppercut landed. Any kind of hesitation in Rosa and Agrba is able to find an angle and find a punch. It's been a really good performance so far.
Stop! You're pressing. No. Box!
Good left hand there from Rosa. For the work rate here, the gas tank of Agrba is impressive because we're 7 rounds in now and there's no real sign of him slowing down.
Stop! Head up!
And he is getting a bit frustrated, I think, Rosa, the referee telling him to keep his head up, and you can hear a kind of exasperated sigh coming out of his mouth.
10 seconds.
Well, he's getting to the stage now, Rosa, where he needs a knockout or multiple knockdowns.
Много бегаем, все хорошо. Сегодня много набегался. Мы его ведем, а не бегаем в крестовом шаге. Понятно, да? Поэтому качнул вправо, увел влево. Не бегаем столько. И начинаем сближение с ним. Понятно, да? Набегали много.
His advisory's been built pretty well, Agrba. Never faced an opponent with a losing record. Started with 6 rounds, then went to 8, then 10, as I mentioned. Won that IBF European title and IBF Intercontinental and the Eurasian Boxing Parliament title as well, which is a significant title in that part of the world.
Round 8.
Clean. No speak.
Clean boxing, says the referee, and no speak. And that was directed at Samson Rosa. This is the 8th round. The IBA World Welterweight title on the line. It's a WBA eliminator as well. Khariton Agrba is in the black shorts. Samson Rosa of Argentina is in the white, and it's been a really good display from Agrba so far. Been a good fight to watch, like every single fight there's been tonight. And really, the only way this can go wrong for Agrba now is if he decides he wants to really finish with a flourish. He starts to set his feet and look for the stoppage. If he gets greedy, as I've been describing it. If he doesn't, if he just keeps doing what he's been doing, and that is the sensible thing to do, then he's going to win this, and he's going to win it clearly. And it would seem ridiculous to think he would entertain the idea of doing anything else, but down the years, we have seen it. Fighters all of a sudden decide that a points win isn't good enough. And he just got caught by a clubbing right hand there, Agrba. Rosa whipping that one in from low. Referee just trying to give them a bit of time to work it out for themselves on the ropes, and Rosa not really with the room there to let that right hand go. Again, good distance there from Agrba, and just turns up around that front foot. Great example of what he's done so well all night. Comes in, quick hands, 3-4 shots, puts plenty on them, and then just moves around that front foot, and all of a sudden he's off to the side, even behind Rosa. He's kept him turning and kept him moving all night long, and it's something that the Argentinian just hasn't really been able to handle. It's not easy doing this, what Agrba's doing. You have to be very, very fit. But he's got good economical feet. He's not up on his toes bouncing around all over the place. He's sliding. That's a good solid left hand there from Agrba. Closing stages of round 8, and more of the same from the Russian. 2 to go. 2 more rounds to close out what has been a thoroughly entertaining evening. Blood continuing to come out at the end of the nose. The eyes are a little bit puffy now. I think if we were to see him tomorrow, those eyes will be quite swollen, a little bit dark.
¿Cuándo va a agarrar árbitro?
Box.
hand, single left hand. And then again, steps off to that left hand side. He's a tight, compact fighter. He's kept his shape really well. He throws all his punches within the framework of his body. Agrba. So he doesn't overbalance, he doesn't fall in, he doesn't reach for punches or chase them in. He takes his feet with him everywhere he goes. Backs his hand speed. He keeps that guard up. There's a lot to like about him, he's good to watch. But he's not extravagant, he's very economical. I used that word in the last round about his feet, but it applies to everything he does. He doesn't really wind up with punches, although he puts plenty on them. They don't come from the back of the hall or down by his ankles. As I say, everything is thrown within the framework of his body. It means that they're crisp, nice sharp punches. He gets the gloves back in position quickly. He just doesn't really leave much of a target. For this to go Rosa's way, he needed to catch him early, make him feel some power early, slow him down, but that's easier said than done.
Come in. Clean boxing, okay? Yeah. Clean boxing, okay? Time in. Box.
Just over a minute remaining in round 9. I think it's been a pretty clean fight overall, actually. A little bit of holding on the inside at times.
Вот так! Вот! Хорошо! Не борись! Не борись!
The referee just telling the corner, I'm not sure whose corner it is actually, just to pipe down a little bit. I think it might have been the Argentinian corner. You're not supposed to coach too much from ringside, but again, you can get away with quite a lot. You have to be really pretty vociferous for the referee to tell you that you need to keep it down. Agrba just a round away from that IBA world title.
Чуть присядь на ноги. Ты его видишь, Khariton? Ты его видишь спокойно, ты его видишь.
He just doesn't need to do anything silly, doesn't need to be a hero in this 10th and final round. Just a little bit low, that right hand there from Rosa.
Прям выцеливай его сейчас. Прям выцеливай. Все получится. Правый на глаза. Правый на глаза. Такой его. Понял? Выцеливай сейчас его. Все получится. Давай, давай, все получится.
10-й раунд.
Clean boxing.
Final round.
Box. Clean. Break. Break. Это. Стоп! Стоп! Это. Clean boxing. Clean. The next round. Box.
Rosa just dipping his head and trying to walk Abbasov back towards the ropes. A little bit messy this final round so far. There's that combination, and again he just keeps his shape so well Agrba, but that's something he's done all night. That upper body movement has been really good. He dips at the waist when he needs to, but as I say, everything is as it should be, really. There's no extravagance, there's no wasted energy, no wasted effort. He does what he needs to do. Around about round 3, round 4 particularly, it did look like he might get sucked into Rosa's kind of fight, and I thought at that stage that things could get very interesting in the second half if it continued in that vein, but he clicked out of that. Round 5 onwards, he did exactly what he did in the opening 2 rounds of the fight, and I don't see too much difference in him in the 10th round in terms of his freshness and his energy than I did at the start of the fight, and that is a compliment, quite a compliment, because 10 rounds is a hell of a long time. Rosa has been happy to let his hands go right from the start of the fight, but he's just never been able to find a way of slowing Agrba down, of cutting off that movement. Every now and again when he's backed him up to the ropes, he's shown him an exit, then stepped across and blocked it off. Managed to connect with him to the chest, to the body, but he's just been outdone here, Rosa. There's been no lack of effort on his part, none whatsoever. And as I say, he brought the confidence, the swagger of an undefeated fighter. And it's been a good fight to watch, like they all have tonight. It's been a tremendous night, one of those nights you don't really want it to end, to be honest. I'd be more than happy if they stuck another fight in the ring after this one. Really good matching all the way down the card. There goes the final bout, an embrace between the two. He's been picked up onto the shoulders of his trainer there, Santa Rosa, and I tip my hat for the effort that he put in, but he has not won this fight. Khariton Agrba has won this fight. There's that movement around the front foot, real tight movement around the front foot.
Very good fight, good fighter. Best, better.
Lovely uppercut and then just rolls away off the punch. That's absolutely key for any fighter. Agrba does that really, really well. He doesn't hold his feet and admire his work. Every time he throws, he moves. Now we just await the scorecards. That's what's on the line. Okay, here we go.
судейским запискам. After 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge 1, 99-91. Judge 1, 99-91. Судья 2, 99-91. Judge 2, 99-91. И судья 3, 98-92. Judge 3, 98-92. И таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал, стал чемпионом мира IBA в весовой категории до 67 килограммов, а также получил статус официального претендента на титул чемпиона мира по версии WBA. Из золотого угла from the gold corner, Khariton.
So Khariton Agrba gets it by 2 scores of 9 rounds to 1 and the other of 8 rounds to 2. It was a pretty straightforward fight to score. Rounds 3 and 4 were the tightest, so the judges, those 2 judges who gave Rosa 1 round, it would have been one of those 2, and the judge who gave him 2, I'm pretty sure it would have been those 2 that went his way. He put a wholehearted effort in, Samson Rosa, really brought it, but that was a very good display, I thought, from Khariton Agrba. And as I mentioned, it rounds off what has been a very, very good night. Really good matching all the way through. We had a number of away corner wins, and that's always a good thing to see, because you know that the proper competitive card has been put together when you see fighters in the away corner who have been brought here not just to give rounds to the home fighter, but have been brought here to really test them, who have come here believing they can win, and that's exactly what we got tonight.
Дамы и господа, рядом со мной новый чемпион мира IBA весовой категории до 67 килограммов Khariton Agrba. Khariton, первые эмоции после боя, это оказалось так жестко, как ты ожидал, или проще?
Сегодня я боксировал с одним из лучших боксеров мира, с Rosa. Большое спасибо моему оппоненту. Я давно хотел боксировать с таким сильным боксером, и здесь нашел в IBA в Самаре. У меня появилась возможность стать чемпионом мира, и я им стал. Моя мечта детства сегодня сбылась. Но мы, конечно, на этом не останавливаемся, идем дальше. Хочу поблагодарить организацию IBA за такую возможность боксировать с лучшими. Моего менеджера Кравцова Эдуарда Викторовича за такую возможность. И, конечно же, мою команду, моих тренеров Руслана Хазыровича, Датаева, Томилова Никита Сергеевича, Левизова Дениса Викторовича, Курусамбека, моих диетологов Наташу, Эльвину. И, конечно же, хочу всех, пользующим случаем, поздравить сегодня с большим праздником, единством народов. Россия – это страна, в которой очень много национальностей. И когда мы вместе, мы сильнее. Спасибо всем.
Khariton Agrba. Khariton, ну и заключительный вопрос. Хосе Валенсуэла, американец, действующий чемпион WBA. Ты стал официальным претендентом на его титул. Что скажешь об этом парне? По силам?
Конечно, по силам. Сегодня я тоже в статусе чемпиона мира. И, как я уже говорил, я хочу боксировать с лучшими, чтобы доказать, что я лучший в своем дивизионе. И раз у него пояс, я иду за тобой. Спасибо.
Khariton Agrba, чемпион мира IBA.
And the final word there of the evening, correctly going to our winner of the main event, Khariton Agrba. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable night. We will just leave you with some highlights. Fantastic action all the way through. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Hope you did too. Take it easy, everybody. We will catch you again next time.